Ah, this chair's so squeaky. Hello, everybody. I'm Technovoid. For those of you new here, this is a weird place to start, but hey, maybe you really like the Great Ace Attorney Adventures Case 5, and if you do, hey, welcome. I'm Technovoid. I'm a streamer and also a YouTuber, and also sometimes a cool guy, other times not so much. But you know, we're all human. So with that, let's get straight into it. I hope you enjoy. Let's continue the adventure. The unspeakable story. Oh, I'm ready. Alright. Let's go. Let's do it. The Hound of the Baskervilles. A hound it was, but not such a hound as any mortal has ever seen. Its eyes glowed with a smoldering gaze. Oh.
It's coming! Sholmes's cry pierced
Hey,
through the
Cabelia.
wall of fog around us. Wisps of vapor flowed over the pistol as I cocked it, and I waited, breathlessly, in the stillness. The silence lasted for what seemed an eternity.
Welcome,
until,
Stormy.
at last, it appeared. From the shadows of the cloud, an enormous beast sprang out upon us. A hound it was, but not such a hound as any mortal has ever seen. Its eyes glowed with a smoldering glare. The whole of its ox-sized body was outlined in white-hot flames. Its rumbling pant and hideous howl, so terrified was I that I began to tremble with fear. "Look well, Wilson," Sholmes declared, gazing upon the mystical beast. "For this is the diabolical Hound of the Baskervilles."
Now I wonder what's really gonna happen, that Iris is gonna turn into that story. Our first 2 months in London passed by in a flash. Ooh, we got a time skip. In that disconcerting courtroom experience, we were first thrown into the day we arrived in the country, and in Soseki-san's terrible ordeal that had followed closely behind, we had emerged victorious. However, there then came an abrupt end to our opportunities to appear in court, which was hardly surprising, of course, since I was nothing more than an amateur and unknown student of law from a faraway land. So life in our little office was very quiet. That is, Iris was gonna turn into a pickle. No! If anything, wouldn't Harlock be the one turning into a pickle? He wouldn't turn himself into a pickle. He's not smart enough. But I feel like Iris would transmute him. I can't wait to see Iris turn herself into a pickle, until it was shattered one day by that fateful telegram. The 15th of April, 9:13 a.m. Naruhodo's Legal Consultancy. Knock, knock, knock. Hello? Ooh. It's nice. We got that Daruma up there that we brought. Nice. That morning, I was woken by the unreserved knocking on the door by the telegram boy. But after he'd gone, Susato-san's behavior became very obviously strange. Susato-san? Yes! Is it time to leave for court already? Let me see. What case is it today? I don't think I'm scheduled to defend anyone at the moment, am I? Oh, no, of course not. How silly of me. But I think Iris said she would make us breakfast this morning. So shall we go down to Mr. Sholmes' suite? Yes. Iris makes the most delicious breakfast food. She does, doesn't she? And once our bellies are full, we can leave for court in fighting fit form. Man, Susato being a judicial assistant really just has fuck all to do when we're not in court, huh? Just been lazing about the past 2 months. Let me see. What case is it today? Here we go again. You alright, Susato? Hey, Susato, are you alright? So, what was it about? The telegram that was delivered this morning, I mean. Oh, a telegram? I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry, but you're not gonna get away with that. Well, I don't think I would. I didn't think I would. Actually, don't give it a moment's thought. It's nothing. Nothing interesting. Boring, in fact. It was just a boring old telegram. That's 3 times now that she's tried and failed to convince me that it was nothing. I promise that I'll tell you about it at some point. Alright, I understand. I suppose Saseki-san will have arrived back in Japan by now, won't he? Yes, I should think so. He left immediately after that terrible ordeal. Which would mean he should have completed the voyage already, or be just a few days away. A fortnight ago, we would have had that very long telegram from him, do you remember? Complaining of seasickness. But by and large, it seems the voyage has been going well. Is something wrong, Naruhodo-san? Fortnite! Oh, we're getting that victory royale, you're right. How could I have missed it, Cabelliot? You're completely correct. Just wondering, what might have become of Sasaki-san had he stayed in London, that's all. You mean, as regards Lord Von Zeeks, the Reaper? Yeah, I can't help but wondering if seasickness would have paled into insignificance in that case. What is it they say? That no one who stands in the dock can be saved from the Reaper, right? Like the way that nightmarish trial ended on the very day we arrived in London. Even 2 months on, the cause of that dreadful fire is still a mystery. Yes, but at least Saseki-san is safely out of the country now. Presumably that means that the curse of the Reaper can only take effect within the confines of the city of London, perhaps? Even if that's the case, it's little comfort. I have a terrible sense of foreboding. If the legend of the Reaper is to be believed, it would mean he wields the sword of justice himself. Come to think of it, I wonder what he's been up to these past 2 months. Surely, not wielding that sword against more acquitted defendants. No, I don't think so. Apparently, Lord Van Zeeks hasn't appeared in court once since our last encounter. Oh? Yes, since Saseki-san's trial, he's withdrawn from judicial service again, it seems. He literally only going to court to do judicial battle against me. Dude's total tsundere. Come on. Really? Just like before, when he wasn't seen in court at all for several years. He's just like, ooh, I'd like to be a prosecutor. I'd like to be a prosecutor. He's courting me. He's like, I'm not going to court without a cute little Japanese boy to go against. It's been me who's had to face him in his recent spate of trials then. Ugh, just my luck. I wonder if luck doesn't come into it. Sorry, what was that? Oh, nothing. Never mind. He's totally horny for you. Alright, well, let's take a look around our room. Things have changed. Things have certainly changed since we was last here. That spade has been in here since we started renting the place. Oh, that's not a spade, Naruhodo-san. It's a shovel. No, shovels are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade. Is this our stepladder? Is this our stepladder moment? No, spades are for digging. That's for scooping up loose material. It's a shovel. I don't want to dig a hole for myself, so let's leave it. Oh man. So late to find it took an entire game to find our stepladder. It's spring at last and the weather is warmer now, but I love the smell of the fire and the steam rising from the kettle. Oh, would you like some tea, Naruhodo-san? Thank you, Suzato-san, but I'm alright for now. With the green tea Suzato-san makes me from time to time in Iris's unique herbal infusions, this place is paradise for a true tea lover. Oh man. Oh, Uncle Iro, if only you were staying with us. Green tea is such a wonderful accompaniment to British tea cakes, don't you think? So this is the tea set that Suzato-san brought with her from Japan. Let's hope she hasn't noticed me slipping sugar and milk into my cup when she makes it. It's just so bitter. Tea is a drink to be enjoyed, Naruhodo-san. You really don't have to force yourself to drink it, you know. I don't like to see you screw up your face so. Don't tell me what to do. I do what I want. We've only been here in London for about 2 months, but my desk is starting to look a little messy already. You could tidy up once in a while. God, that's a mood. Suzato-san, I always say, making a mess is a small sacrifice to pay for being able to further your studies. And time spent tidying up is time you can't devote to the same cause. Ooh. Ooh, that's a, oh no! And time spent on ridiculous arguments is time that could be better spent on some simple housework. I was about to be like, Ryunosuke has finally given me a good excuse, but no, Susato's back, putting me in my place. She wins, but I'm supposed to be the lawyer here. Mood. It's my Daruma! Oh, the Daruma doll I brought with me from home. Still with only one eye colored in. I said I'd color the other eye once I won my first court case here in Britain, but you have one, haven't you? Twice, in fact. Because I feel as though I'm still lacking as a lawyer. I'll tell you what. Why don't you color the eye in once you think I'm a proper, fully fledged lawyer? If you insist, that Daruma will stay one-eyed forever. You fucking fat sack of shit, you worthless garbage man. Oh, well, that was uncalled for, Susato, but alright. Ah, this must be the telegram. Let's see. Ah! No, you mustn't look at that. Not under any circumstances. Alright, I won't. I'm sorry, Naruhodo-san, but you can be very mischievous at times. Then put the telegram away if you don't want people to look at it. We were rather lucky to find an old aquarium left behind here. The prawns we put in there are doing rather well, and the anemones too. It's a wonderful invention, isn't it? The sea behind glass inside your room. Another example of Great Britain's greatness. Having to clean it out and change the water isn't so great though, is it? Do you know, I've never seen inside your room there, Susato-san. I've never even peeped inside. I should think so too. A young maiden's private chamber is a place of bittersweet secrets, you know. Whatever you say, young maiden. Just got pictures of Sholmes in there. Anything else? No, looks like we've about covered it. Alright, let's, hey, Susato, what do you think of, hey, Susato, what do you think of that? It means a great deal to me, you know. That you cherish his armband so and wear it each time you appear in court. Well, it's very important to me. It's what shows that I'm a lawyer. And whenever I wear it, I feel as though it gives me strength through Kazuma. I absolutely can't be without it, especially when I'm at a critical point in a trial. Her superhero costume? Just the other day I noticed you wearing it when we went to visit that park. Sometimes I forget to take it off. Alright, let's go downstairs for breakfast. Morning, Bruno. Morning, Susie. They recorded someone playing violin badly for this game? That's amazing. Oh my god. Sean's, you fucking dumbass. Oh. Good morning, Iris. Iris. What is it, Bruno? What is that terrible noise? It sounds like a cat being strangled. Yes, you noticed that, did you? Hurley isn't in the best form this morning, it seems. Hey, you alright, Sholmes? Hello. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Good morning. Good morning to die, perhaps. Has something happened, Mr. Sholmes? You look miserable, and the way you were playing the violin before was also miserable. My analytical mind is dead. Music is dead. The world is dead. Damn this blanched existence! That's all it is, my dear fellow. Nothing of consequence. What happened to your big analytical machine you had on the desk there? I'm afraid I don't understand. Well, Iris, isn't it time we ate? Some dry toast and insipid coffee for me. If it's not too much trouble. Cat! We got Cat. Oh shit, did he leave his cat with us? Oh look, it's Swagger High. Ah, kitty. Good morning, boy. Meow. That must be some sort of tiny door for cats to use. But how did it get there? Well then, everyone, time for breakfast. Oh, wonderful. Let me help you, Iris. It would indeed be a fine day to die. I knew something looked different. Something's missing from Mr. Shalm's desk. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy, you want to talk about wanting to die? Yes. You seem to be very unhappy this morning, Mr. Sholmes. What's happened? It used to be the case that my hands, this violin sung like the dawn chorus, its melissonant tones would make flowers bloom. It would? But now, the muses are unamused with me. The goddesses of music have thrown me over. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? For hours I have bowed, for days even. Through the night I have endeavored to no avail. That sound, my tone, is lost. That brilliant, clear, unwavering tone, gone forever! No more recitals of unbridled emotion! Well, you haven't been practicing much lately, have you, Hurley? Don't worry, I'm sure it'll come back to you in time. Heed my words, Mr. Naruhodo. The goddesses of the arts are fickle. One day they bestow genius on a man, the next, they unmercifully withdraw it. Oh, dear. Ah! Why is this happening to me? If they take the turn I have for the violin from me, what is left for pity's sake? What is left? You're still your job, right? You still got your job? Deduction, perhaps? Isn't that what you're known for? It's true, he is still hot. Mr. Sholmes, I don't like to pry, but your desk looks rather empty today. Ah, well done, Miss Susato. Your observational skills do you credit. Oh, no, Mr. Sholmes. They pale into insignificance when compared to yours. Yeah, he's talking about Sholmes' story. You'd struggle not to notice, wouldn't you? You mean Hurley's Great Analytoscope? That's at Windibanks now. Sorry? It's at a Windy Bank? No, Windibanks, the pawnbrokery. Pawn? What? You mean you've pawned that enormous machine of yours? It has some considerable value, you see. Quite undeservingly. But isn't it a very important machine for your work? I do wish you had consulted us if your situation had become so desperate. I should have gladly passed what little income I have to you. Dear madam, things are far from desperate. But the pawnbroker has your wonderful machine. How can it be anything but desperate? Making use of a pawnbrokery is quite ordinary here in London, I assure you. It is? Doesn't sound ordinary at all. It would seem that neither of you fully understand how pawnbroking works. Oh, what's there to understand exactly? What did you mean exactly when you said we didn't fully understand how pawnbroking works? I like how wanting to die and how pawnbroking works are just two normal pieces of conversation you have in this house. To the people of London, pawnbrokeries are akin to banks. Banks? On Mondays, merchants relinquish their finest jackets and trappings to their pawnbroker of choice. True, Styango. Sad hours, dude. I hate seeing my boy depressed. Still hot, though. With the money they receive in return, they're able to trade happily through the week. And then on Saturdays they go to recover their things using the money they've earned. I had no idea. This has been a fascinating lesson for us. Everyone does it, you see, especially people in inner London.
And should they have money to spare, they would purchase another fine jacket. Not to wear, obviously, but to pawn, should the need arise.
This is depressing, Jones. Oh, how ingenious. So whenever we have something that's getting in the way, we leave it at Windybanks, you see?
A pawnbrokery can be thought of as an extremely secure vault.
Who would have thought that even pawnbrokers are different here in Great Britain? Of course, you have to watch Hurley with it. Sometimes he pawns things he really shouldn't. Don't you, Hurley?
Like my soul. I'm dead inside. What does it matter? The world is dead to me now.
That's unfortunate. I'm sorry to hear your loss. Yo, Iris, give me the good word. Waka hi! Love that cat. Mr. Natsume's cat seems to have really settled into his new home then. Oh yes, and I've become very attached to little Waggy. He's gonna pawn her. I thought he was gonna. I misread. I didn't see hair. I thought you were just gonna say he's just gonna pawn Iris. Just here you go. Here's a 10-year-old girl. What can I get for this? Like 20 quid? Here you go. Let's pawn Wagahai. Also, thank you, Lynx, for the sub.
You're welcome.
Ah! I didn't see you pop in here.
It would seem his previous owner has completely forgotten him. Cats are unfeeling creatures. Their mews are as empty as the hearts of the muses.
I don't know, that's a pretty cute cat. If Mr. Natsume had no intention of taking Waggy back to Japan, I wonder why he kept him in the first place. I expect he would have taken him if he could. But pets are strictly forbidden aboard steamships in our experience. And for good reason. Terrible things can happen if the rules of passage are not obeyed. Like, your friend could fucking trip on one of those things and die. Well, I don't mind because Waggy is adorable. Yes, he really is. So yes, what about the door? I don't remember seeing that tiny thing in the main door before. Where did that come from? Oh, you noticed? You are observant, Runo. Look, I use this. It's my latest invention. What is that? I call it the Cat Flapper-Mat. Gosh, a machine for making doors just for cats? That's right. It can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. And it can do it in any door at all, no matter what it's made of. It's very powerful, you see. Wouldn't have it just been quicker to make the cat flap rather than making a machine to make the cat flap? Yes, well, maybe, but now I can make cat flaps anywhere I like. Oh, I think it's wonderful. You must make one for us in the door in our office upstairs, Iris. She really knows how to come up with unconventional inventions, this girl. Hey. Oh, okay. Okay, where's Cat? Oh, there's Cat. Oh, what was that? Wagahai. Oh, and he broke some. Oh no. Sholmes found dead in Detroit. Detroit become dead Sholmes.
What was that?
Detroit become dead.
Oh no! Wagahai's tangled up in your violin! Well, it sounds about as good. I think he thinks it's a toy. No! What's he doing to it? Oh dear, Mr. Sholmes' precious violin.
Why should I care?
What?
I shouldn't be surprised if the cat is a more accomplished musician than I now.
Mr. Sholmes really is in poor spirits, isn't he? Well, anyway, I'll put it back where it lives, shall I, Hurley? What, the cat or the violin? Out of the cat's reach, if possible. Maybe we should assess the damage. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. I do remember Willy Wonka, man. He is dead now. Died in a fire. So this is the violin, is it? It's Stradivarius. That sounds like a fucking Final Fantasy spell.
Stradivarius!
Stradivarius! I choose you! Bakuman! One of the finest violins in the world, made by the renowned Italian luthier, Antonio Stradivari. Oh, I see. It doesn't really look like anything special to me. I happened upon it covered in dust, languishing in a pawn shop down a nondescript back alley. The broker had no idea of its value, so I was able to purchase it for a mere 55 shillings. How honorable of you. And, until today, it has been my faithful companion in every great Paganini-inspired performance I have made. I ask you, is there reason to live in a world devoid of music, to tolerate this blanched existence? No! There is none! Mr. Sholmes, have you considered that you've just always fucking sucked? What, dear madam, what? My thoughts are preoccupied with fancies of release from this dull routine. Well, it's about the violin. It looks very different to normal, don't you think? What do you mean, Mr. Zato? Oh, Susie, right. Yes, the tone of the wood is completely different. And that's not all. I'm sure there was no crack here before. Did someone fucking swipe his violin? Wait, it's not even the right size, is it? And Sholmes never noticed. What's this? It's time for a deduction. I'm terribly sorry to have to tell you this, Mr. Sholmes, but that instrument is no violin at all. Then what? I believe it's an entirely different instrument called a viola. What? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, are you alright? You're right! You are quite right! This isn't my faithful Stradivarius? So what, pray, is this piece of stringed flotsam? Not your faithful performing partner, then. Ah, I see what must have happened. You do, Iris? This is just a simple mix-up. Sounds like Iris might be able to tell us exactly what's happened if we ask her. Is the cat over here? I want to talk to the cat. No, a cat. What did you mean by a mix-up, Iris? Well, you see, this viola, I mean, was at Windybank's until last week. At the pawnbroker's? Not Mr. Sholmes' beloved musical partner. There is a proverb from the East, with which you are no doubt familiar, my dear fellows. Always let a beloved child travel. Yes, indeed. So you sent your beloved violin to the pawnbrokers and hoped that it would experience personal growth? Oh, what a wonderful idea. Last week I pawned my great analytoscope in order to release my precious instrument. But it would appear Mr. Windybank mistakenly furnished me with this tawdry fiddle instead. But my ears cannot be deceived by the hollow timbre of this piece of timber. No, but your every sense was deceived by the fact that it just had strings. Pshaw, a fine state of affairs this is, and why I always say, Mr. Naruhodo, never trust a pawnbroker. They will try to fiddle you every time. But earlier you told us that you could think of a pawnbroker as an extremely secure vault. Come, Mr. Naruhodo, dilly-dallying will get you nowhere. Sorry? Crunching your toast with that vacant aspect, fressing your coffee so obtusely. Are you not a little embarrassed by your own conduct, considering the urgency with which we are faced? We must visit Mr. Windybank's brokery at once. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Sholmes? Precisely, Miss Susato, without a moment's delay. But I haven't finished my bacon and eggs. My dear fellow, surely you do not still intend to crunch your bacon with an increasingly vacant aspect, to fress your egg even more obtusely. Alright, say no more, let's go then. Don't worry, Runo, I'd be happy to heat it up for you again later. Oh, thank you, Iris. As it happens, I am rather curious to see what a British pawnbroker's looks like, and also how British reheated bacon tastes. Is there any more conversations for us? No? Alright. Let's go! Oh shit, we got several places? Well, let's go to the brokery first. He is just a dog. You think Sholmes chases after squirrels? I think Sholmes chases after squirrels. So this is a British pawnbrokery. Oh my, there are all sorts of tools and contraptions in here that I've never laid eyes on before. Ah, Suzato-san, and that spark of wonder in your eyes. You can't wait to scour the shelves, can you? Clocks. Oh man, there's gonna be a murder and the clock's gonna stop and it's gonna be, oh, what time did the murder happen? Oh my god. I get the impression you enjoy places like this. Oh yes, I don't know why, but seeing such a lot of things I don't understand is a real thrill for me.
My dear fellows, let us not forget why we are here.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes.
It's not like I was walking with you the entire way. We are calling on matters of business, not pleasure.
Clearly, Mr. Sholmes means business too, judging from the spark of fury in his eyes. He's gonna fucking punch Windybank.
Ah, Mr. Sholmes, sir, welcome back. Did you hear that brazen welcome?
Well, yes, we are potential customers after all.
We are disgruntled customers, Mr. Naruhodo, and it's time to inform Mr. Windybank of our...
Oh my god, he's gonna be a Karen. No! No, Sholmes, no!
Come, the fight is afoot!
I can't believe we're getting Karen, dude. Actually, let's real quick, let's examine.
We're not getting Karen. We're
the Karen.
third party here. This is like when your mom goes to the store and she's a Karen, and you have to be like, I'm sorry, cashier.
What are you doing, my dear fellows? We are not here to browse for interesting curios. We have come to teach this broker a lesson.
Oh, okay.
Oh, but there are just so many fascinating items.
Looks as though we'll have to talk to Mr. Windybank first before he can explore in here, Mrs. Otto.
Damn it.
It's all good, Stormy, don't worry. It's all in the spirit it's intended, I get it.
Naturally, you will recall this, which I retrieved from you some days ago.
Yes.
This second-rate fiddle is not my fateful instrument, Mr. Windybank. The color of the wood is different. It has holes in it. It's not even the same size.
A wonderful summary of our observations, Mr. Sholmes.
I'm so very sorry, sir. How utterly unforgivable of me. An inexcusable mistake for a pawnbroker. There is only one way to make amends.
Take my... Oh, he fucking... What the fuck? Oh, Jesus Christ.
I shall have to take my own life.
Whoa.
That's not necessary.
This escalated very, very quickly.
Fucking, I can't believe that Sholmes is gonna be on trial for the murder of Mr. Windybank and we're the defense lawyer. Oh no. You think he does this shit on purpose, and then when people like figure him out and like come back to like be Karens, he does that to defuse the situation? Because like nobody wants to see him.
Genius.
Because nobody wants to see a chubby man die on the clock, you know. So like, I'm here. You screwed me over. I want my violin back. He's like, you're right. I'm fucking sorry. Here we go. I'm gonna shoot myself in the head.
Wait. Give like every Walmart employee a fake revolver.
Like,
my coupon says I get 15% off!
I'm sorry, madam. It's expired. There's nothing I can do. I don't think that will be necessary, do you?
If I may just say one thing before I pop off.
Christ. Yes?
It was you, sir, Mr. Sholmes, who took it upon himself to remove the item the other day, I believe.
Sorry?
As I recall, I entered the storeroom to fetch a violin when I heard, "Ah, here it is."
You did.
And when I turned to controvert you, you had taken the viola and left, sir. However,
Is it just here?
there can be no doubt that the blame lies firmly at my own door for allowing you to leave. So I shall not grumble and grouse any longer. May this guilt die with me.
No, no, no! Stop, my dear fellow! The fault is mine! Holy shit, dude. Yo, dude, you alright? Has nobody seen this and called the cops? Everyone who comes in here, and he does this to everybody, thinks he's suicidal and thinks he wants to kill himself. So they just try and stop him, but in reality he's actually super scared that someone will just not stop him one day, and he'll just have to shoot himself.
And he'll have to go through it.
Yeah, he'll just like, well I ain't no chicken, that's for sure. It would appear that the fight is over.
I do humbly apologize, Mr. Windybank. Evidently, my questionable disposition precipitated this tragedy.
Well, you wouldn't be Mr. Herlock Sholmes without that questionable disposition, now would you?
Haha, I do believe you may be right, sir.
It's either laugh or cry, I suppose. You are, it must be said, one of my more challenging customers. I needn't remind you of the peculiar collection of items you've brought through my door in the past. Oh? Peculiar items? In the extreme, ma'am. For example, the unpublished manuscript of an eponymous work, the novels of Herlock Sholmes or some such. Oh my, a new fully fledged novel? And unpublished? A story I've yet to read, you mean? Ah! Forgive me! Wait! Before you die, you must tell me more! No, Susanoo! Wait!
They're like, she's not gonna stop him from killing himself, that's his choice, but...
Before you die.
He's resigned to it. She can't convince him.
I must know more, tell me everything! Wow, Susanoo-san is really fired up now. Is there really an unpublished story under this very roof? Well, one day the gentleman here brought in an old metal chest, you see.
I should like to entrust this to your care for a while, Mr. Windybank.
For a chest like that, 1 shilling, sir. Not a farthing more.
It houses something of very great value indeed. The latest manuscript, recounting the adventures of one Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
I beg your pardon? A manuscript? You wish to deposit a manuscript? Yeah, I when he came out with the gun, I thought he was gonna fucking be like, put him up, chumps and jump it.
Indeed I do, for I am confident it will be quite safe here.
And that was that. As such, Mr. Sholmes' latest tale of otherworldly mystery lies dormant in my storeroom. Mr. Sholmes, is that really true? Do I sense that someone doesn't want to talk about this?
I continue to pay your fee, do I not? Then kindly continue to store my belongings securely.
Of course, sir. Of course. I apologize for ever doubting you. The safe and sound with me, I assure you, on my life. Well, as soon as you kill yourself, it's not going to be very secure. There's looters everywhere. This is all very strange. I wonder, could I ask you something? Ah, a gentleman from the East, I see. I hate Easterners! Ah, I'm gonna shoot myself for meeting an Easterner! Yes, that sable suit. I suppose I could offer you 6 pence for it. I'll literally buy the clothes off your back. Without any wishing to offend, the tone is somewhat dull. Sorry? Aha! But for your splendid attire, ma'am, 5 guineas, no less. The colors are exquisite, the design exotic, Eastern artistry at its finest, may I say. Oh my, 5 guineas, you say? How interesting. What are you just gonna walk around in like your pajamas? Like, what's the plan here? Why do I feel as though we've suffered some sort of defeat here? Actually, I was hoping to ask you more about your business. I've heard it said that pawnbrokeries are used rather like banks here in London. Yes, sir, indeed. Many of my customers utilize the establishment as you describe. I appraise their items and offer them a proportionate loan in 2 months of secure stowage. And, if in that time they repay the original sum of me plus the agreed interest, their items are happily returned. But what happens if they don't pay you the money? Then the items are offered for sale in my shop, as you can see on the shelves behind me. So you never sell items before the 2 months have passed then? That's right, ma'am, that's right. Which means some considerable responsibility rests on my shoulders.
I shoot them.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I just fucking...
Should a customer's precious belongings be lost, the only recompense is for me to end it all.
That's not true.
The very idea, Mr. Windybank, is an absurdity. One should never talk of one's demise so casually.
This is the man who was telling us all it was a good day to die only this morning.
And let us not forget that I've already helped you take measures to ensure such a tragedy never occurs.
Oh, what sort of measures?
I engineered a simple device which Mr. Windybank has installed here in his shop. I call it the red-handed recorder. Is that not so, Mr. Windybank?
Oh. What was that deep sigh about? Deep sigh. What on earth is a red-handed recorder?
Use your eyes, my dear fellow. There are two just below the ceiling.
I can see what appears to be a camera attached to some sort of timing device.
Very astute. It is indeed a camera, furnished with some 100 pieces of celluloid film. And every 30 minutes precisely, the camera automatically records the appearance of the shop.
I wonder if that's going to become evidence.
Here, I have an example I could show you.
Look at that doggy in that picture. It's got a nice little doggy.
Oh yes, a print from the camera set to record the activity at the shop counter. I developed a special type of film so sensitive, it produces a crystal clear image even in darkness.
Really? That's extraordinary. Yeah, Stormy, the doggy in the picture frame. Right next to the scales. Yes, you can clearly see the counter and the door behind it, look. It's still there, right behind Sholmes.
So you see, were somebody to enter the premises with ill intent, his identity would be summarily exposed.
But did you not say that the photographic prints were taken at 30-minute intervals?
Indeed, as you say, my dear madam.
Then what if the incident were to occur in between times?
One could only say that would be a cruel twist of fate. I must confess your devices have been giving me some cause for distress of late. I beg your pardon, Mr. Windybank. Surely they are anything but distressing. Reassuring is the word. It's the cost of the film, sir. You most graciously placed not one but two cameras in my shop after all. Which means I must pay for nigh 100 utterly useless prints every single day. I'm afraid the cost of the film will break me before I'm very much older. Nevertheless, a small price to pay to ensure the safety of my preferred pawnbrokery, no? My dear fellows, we verge on the age where safety and security come at a price. Oh, heavens help us! Now then, Mr. Sholmes, allow me to return your precious violin. Ah, the very thing. Thank you, Mr. Windybank. Perhaps this might mark the end of the peculiar items you tried to pop. Because if anything were to happen to one of them, this would be the only answer!
I really think you ought to stop waving that gun around. Someone could get hurt. Preferably you.
Fear not!
Sorry?
I've only loaded a single bullet, so no one but myself could possibly be harmed.
Man, they are really setting up for a murder to happen in this shop, aren't they? A gun
a lot of really specific, well-known rules that you can use.
A gun with one bullet, cameras that take pictures every 30 minutes, a back room. I mean, someone's gonna die in here.
This is like pre-exposition. You know what I mean? Like, they're not telling you what has happened. They're just giving you all the rules for what will happen.
That's not really what I meant.
Good day to you, then, Mr. Windybank. It's been a pleasure as always, Mr. Sholmes. He says with a gun to his head.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, now we can explore at last. Let's do it. What you got in here, Windybank? Seems to be a little door hidden behind that curtain there.
That leads to the storage room, where Mr. Windybank keeps articles that are currently in pawn.
Ah, I see.
There's nothing of particular interest inside. I certainly wouldn't recommend any larcenous activity.
Recommend it or not, it's not something I tend to do.
There is but one key, and Mr. Winterbeck keeps it in his pocket at all times. Before he sleeps, he places it into a small pot, which he slides under his pillow.
Why do you know this?
How on earth do you know that, Mr. Sholmes? I am a detective, sir. It is my business to know what others do not. I'm frequently assailed by information that I neither care for nor wish to retain.
Mr. Sholmes, you are a wonder, and a sneak, and a bastard, and the prime suspect of this pawnbrokery is ever burgled. Look at that enormous ledger open on the counter there. Mr. Winterbank is,
if nothing else, very particular about recording the items he accepts.
He'd have to be, otherwise he'd get himself into all sorts of trouble, and he'd probably shoot himself. Which might explain the thing that catches my eye far more than any ledger. This revolver here.
Do not entertain even a single thought of pilfering an article herein, my dear fellow. I assure you, Mr. Winterbank would not hesitate to draw that weapon with a speed belying his portly size.
Oh, you don't mean he'd...
Blow his brains out? Indeed, in recompense for his blunder.
Oh my. But in any case, of course we would never do such a thing. How could you even suggest it? Clocks. Oh yeah, and he's got all the clocks too, so a clock can break and we could tell time. Look at this, what could this lovely big shiny box be?
That, my dear madam, is a music box. Surely you have such things in your own country?
Oh my, yes, but I've certainly never seen one so large before.
Shall we listen a while?
Mr. Winterbank's just like,
please leave my house. I live here, you know.
Ah, what a sublime sound. It's like the music of angels. I've never heard anything like it before in my life.
This particular specimen is of a larger variety, commonly found in public houses and restaurants. There is a metal disc inside on which the notes to be played are recorded. Simply by replacing the disc with another, any music you care to imagine can be played.
My goodness, what a simply delightful machine.
Indeed, though their popularity has waned recently with the development of the gramophone, of course.
Ah, science and technology advance at such an overwhelming pace. Got hats. What an assortment of things here are on the shelves here. I said that so well. Crockery, footwear, clocks, and watches. Almost anything you care to imagine.
Those are forfeited items offered for sale by the pawnbroker.
What does that really mean, though?
When you pawn, or colloquially pop, an item, the broker loans you money against its worth. He stores the item for an agreed period of time, after which the loan must be repaid. If not, he is free to display it in his shop for sale at a price of his choosing.
Oh yes, now that you've explained it, I'm noticing little price tags on everything.
Of course, simply by paying the agreed interest on the loan, one can extend the period of safekeeping. So you may pawn that black garb of yours without fear, my dear fellow.
My Treasure University uniform never embodies my student spirit. What else? Nothing. Now, what do you suppose this rather enormous machine does? It seems to have two little windows for looking through.
Allow me to enlighten you, my dear fellows. What you are looking at is a stereoscope.
A stereoscope? Fascinating.
It is aptly named, I assure you. Look through the eyepieces and see for yourself.
Oh, I should be delighted to. Excuse me a moment while I just have a look.
Just before you do, there is something I should point out. 2 knives will come out of the eye holes, my dear fellows. In order to see the image properly, stereoscopically, as it were, you will need to be cross-eyed. However, if that is beyond you, it is of little consequence today.
Alright then, I'm going to try it. Ah! Mr. Naruhodo, you must see at once! Alright then. There's a murder in the box! So I need to be cross-eyed, like I'm trying to look at my own nose. Damn, they put a girl in that box.
The girl in one picture like sticks out her hand and kills the girl in the other picture.
She kills herself. I don't believe it. It's just a photographic print, but it seems like you could reach out and touch it.
Yes, the sense of depth is startling, is it not? Stereoscopes are one of London's many fads. They are often found in little stalls in the park. People queue for hours to see them.
Why? Why are people meddling with such black magic?
It is no magic, my dear madam. It is, well, far too complicated to explain at present. We shall save this lesson for another day.
Oh.
So in Japanese, that guy is just Sherlock Holmes, right?
Yep.
Like, no play, he just is.
Yeah, he's just Sherlock, yeah.
Okay. Because, like, it almost makes more sense that for us, he's Herlock, because, like, he's clearly a riff on Sherlock Holmes. But Japan was really just like, no, we'll make Sherlock Holmes, but young and hot, and he wears a yellow jacket.
Yeah. It's on a calendar you could easily miss, is it? 15th of April, today's date. That's how calendars work, Ryunosuke. You got it. You got it in one, bud.
Yes, that's not for sale, I must point out. It is an Eastern-style page-a-day calendar. Every night at midnight, I tear off the front page to reveal the following day's date.
You stay up until midnight literally to do that? Get a fucking hobby, dude. Oh, he's gonna die and the days are not gonna change. That's why he said he does it at midnight.
Yeah, I'm glad, because I caught it too, I was waiting.
He's gonna die at 11:56 p.m. I can't believe we solved this murder before a murder has occurred.
The perfect calendar for a tearaway fellow such as yourself, Mr. Windybank.
And who was it who walked out of here with the wrong violin before?
Well, when the agreed storage period has passed without repayment, articles are forfeited, you see. So I have to keep a close eye on the date. It's something of a pawnbroker's obsession, you might say.
Oh yes, I can see you're very dedicated to your job.
I will literally die for it.
Yeah, you're going to. It's very clear.
3 globes of gold, is that some sort of charm?
Dear me, have you not seen that sign before?
No, never.
The 3 golden balls are, in Great Britain at least, the universal sign of my big fucking hanging ones. I have 3 of them. It's a disease. The doctors tell me I have 5 years to live.
There are more than 700 such establishments in the capital, all showing the same sign. Oh, I see.
Ah, I had not imagined your ignorance was so profound.
Oh, well, what is the significance of the 3 golden balls then? Does it have some special meaning?
My doctor says no, but I choose to think differently. I choose to have a more optimistic view. That is entirely unimportant here, dear madam. Irrelevant, even.
You mean you don't know? Is that everything? Have we found all the clues? Actually, these can't be clues to a murder, or they could be, I guess. But they're not necessarily, because this is all optional dialogue.
Oh shit. Well,
We've created a murder that might not happen.
maybe it's supposed to be like riffing on like Agatha Christie novels
Oh.
and stuff where clear conditions
Yeah,
are all
right.
set up.
That's fair.
Alternatively, maybe this comes out in the investigation and you're learning the information early.
Yeah. Look at all the different things on the window of this shop. Ah, that's Windybank's, the pawnbrokery. Looks much smarter than pawnbrokers in Japan, doesn't it? Oh yeah, speaking of my voice acting, my Zote audition has been getting some likes, has been getting some comments, people saying they really like my Zote voice. Oh, I really hope I get Zote.
It is just a strong bad voice, but it's very, very fitting for Zote.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a little different from a strong bad voice, but strong bad and Zote have the same vibe, so it works really well.
Yeah, I mean, basically what I did is I just like I listen to the voices and I just try to imitate it to some degree, which is how my Tiso came out. Yeah, I have a few votes on my Tiso, a few votes on my Little Fool, a few votes on my Nailsmith. I think like a couple on my Quirrell, but Zote, I really hope I get Zote.
See,
that's the one I want.
When you mentioned you were doing voices, before I knew you were doing hundreds of them, the first one I thought of was your Zote voice.
Was my Zote, right? My Zote is my most iconic, right?
Yeah, and so I'm glad the open world agrees.
One of the comments was just like, I don't understand why you would possibly want to voice the 57 precepts, but good luck to you, my man.
You already... Didn't you have some of them memorized for a while?
I did. Yeah. I don't anymore, but I did.
Okay. I have to go to a book club in 10 minutes, so I'm gonna actually have to leave because I need to go walk.
Alright, have a good one.
But I'll be seeing you. I'm back at like 11 y'all's time.
Well, we'll see if we're still going.
Yeah.
We're gonna get through the investigation today. Yes, you're right. I find
Have a good
pawn shops
night.
at home. You too. I find pawn shops at home rather inapproachable, personally. It reminds me of tearfully parting with my favorite fountain pen. I felt so miserable. What doesn't kill us makes us stronger, Mr. Naruhodo. It's already been 2 months since we started taking lodgings here above Mr. Sholm's office. I still can't quite believe it. I never expected things would turn out like this. Oh, I know. To actually be sharing accommodation with the world's greatest detective. If I ever find myself before a court of law now, I will have not one regret. I don't know what you're talking about, but I'd be happy to defend you, of course. Is that... Looks like everything. Alright. Not much happening here. Let's go back home. Let's go eat that, Let's go eat that bacon. Nothing? Did we miss something? Get your proper violin back? Nah. Where's Iris? Where is everybody? What to do? Can it really be that we've been in Great Britain for 2 months already? Yes, it's gone by in a flash, hasn't it? What an English gentleman you've... You trailed off there, Susato-san. I'm so sorry. When I thought it through, I realized it's not at all true, actually. I simply don't feel that any Britishness has really rubbed off on you. Nor you, to be honest. Well, that's obviously because... Yes, I know. Without a doubt, it's your kimono. It most certainly stands out. I do adore the attire of English ladies. It's quite delightful. But somehow, I just don't feel ready to abandon my Japanese dress just yet. I wonder how Susato-san would look in Western clothes. That would be interesting to see. Nothing? You ain't got nothing? Alright. I guess let's go back to the pawnbrokery. Did we miss something? Is Sholmes around to talk to? Oh, we completely missed something. Look at this, whatever could it be used for? I have no idea. Ah. There's a small catch just here, look. We're gonna open it, aren't we? Oh my, that's amazing. It has some sort of spring-loaded mechanism. Which we'll never manage to put back to the way it was before. What are you two doing? What? Us? Nothing. No, nothing at all. Whatever this device is, it seems to have a pair of little windows to look through. I feel as though I've seen something rather similar to this elsewhere. Right there? Literally right there?
What? Only Abbotsford? That ain't fair, you know it. The article's barely worth a penny, miss. I cannot offer more.
Sounds like there's an argument brewing over by the counter.
Come on, that can't be right. You've had a proper butcher's at it.
I've seen all I need to see. That's a young girl. Oops. Oops, that ain't the voice of a young girl.
I've seen all I need to see, young girl.
Oh, it's her. Welcome back. Welcome back, Gina. Wait, don't we... I'm sure I recognize her. Oh, yes, it's the young lady from Mr. McGilda's trial 2 months ago. What up, Gina?
Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. She's a chancer, earns her crust among large crowds, relieving people of their purses. What's commonly called a pickpocket.
on, Bennett, you lot! Hello, Miss Lestrade. I hope you've been well. Why does she still have that gun? Didn't Iris take it back? Well, you remember me then, do you? Well, I remember being completely surrounded by smoke, that's for sure. So, what are you doing here? Down and out like the rest of us. Nothing to eat. Come and pop that black weasel. Sorry, coat, have ya? What is it about this black uniform that makes everyone comment on it? Ah, good day, unless I'm much mistaken. You would be the young pickpocket who stole our experimental smoke grenade launcher. Ah, Mr. Sholmes. So, you have something of value to pawn, do you? Allow me to see the article and I shall negotiate with Mr. Windibank on your behalf. Pull the other one. I don't need no help from some stuck-up D. Get out of my business. Go on or I'll make trouble for you. As you wish, Miss Lestrade. I will happily remove myself from your presence. He's really done it. He's gone.
I'm sorry, but as I said, there really is no room for negotiation here.
What is that thing he has in his hand? Some kind of metal disc? Oh, it's to play music. And you, go on, leave me alone. Oh, Miss Lestrade, just pretend we aren't here. We shan't be offended in the slightest. Susan can really stand her ground when she wants to. Whatever. Yo, what up, G? Been a while. Somehow, didn't really think you were the sort of person who'd use a pawnbroker, Miss Lestrade. Yeah, well, I am, alright? I'm in London just like everyone else. That's a problem, in it? No, not at all. It's just that, well... Oh, I get it. I know what you're thinking. That thing probably don't even belong to her. Probably got it on the dive, didn't she? Yeah, I can see it written all over your Chevy Chase. Well, I might have been thinking something along those lines. You're not going to deny it, Mr. Naruhodo? Alright then, I'm just gonna come out and ask you straight. Do you pawn things that you steal from other people? Well, I don't know how to best answer that, really. Suppose, sometimes. You're not going to deny it either, Miss Lestrade. Hey, we're all here as friends. We can all speak in truths. It's fine. There's no need. But not this time, alright? I swear, that thing belongs to me. The disc that Mr. Windibank is holding. Perhaps we should see what he has to say about all this? Mr. Windibank, what exactly is this metal disc that Miss Lestrade has brought in? It seems to have hundreds of tiny little bumps on its surface.
Ah, this is a music disc, you see, for use inside a music box.
In a music box?
I've never heard of such a thing!
What, you don't even know what a music box is? You Eastern Law ain't too savvy, eh? I know what a music box is, I've just never seen one of these discs before.
The small protrusions on the middle disc encode the tune to be played by the music box. You simply insert the disc and set the machine going, and beautiful music plays.
It's so incredible. Tell us, what tune is on this disc?
Well, I'm afraid I couldn't tell you that. There are so many different types of music box, you see. British made, German, Swiss. I have no way of knowing which particular machine this disc was made for.
Ah, I see.
And that's it in a nutshell. I wouldn't have any customers for an item like this, even if the young lady forfeited it. Really, I'm already offering more than I should at a penny.
That's a pack of lies. He told me he did. He said it was, well... He? Who? Never you mind. It just ain't right, that's all. That disc's worth good money, I know it is.
Well, then, you'll have to try your luck at another pawnbroker's then, won't you?
Ah!
She's been in before, of course, this little tattered Demalion.
I see.
And brought some dubious article of some with her every single time, I might add.
Dubious? What you trying to say? I'm an honest customer, me. So, is there something dubious about the disc she brought into? She's gonna have a Porygon 2 with that shit, dude! It's a dubious disc.
Well, if only it were that simple.
Sorry, what do you mean?
What she actually brought in was a storage ticket.
Ah, storage ticket. So, Mr. Lestrade has actually come to redeem an article from you today, is that right? Yeah, that's right. A girl like me has a lot of stuff what needs storing. Alright, yes, that's definitely dubious.
Article in question would have been forfeited at midnight tonight, but as she gave me the ticket for it and repaid both the loan and the interest, I was obliged to return the article to her.
But what was the article? Do tell us, Mr. Windibank. He's gonna shoot himself before he tells you.
The little scamp is wearing it, ma'am.
Oh, the scarf? Or the overcoat? Oh.
What? What's wrong with that? It fits, don't it? I mean, it's mine, so of course it does.
So what about the disc then? How does that come into all this?
Ah, the disc is something else. A new article to pawn, if the girl and I could agree a price.
I'm confused. I thought you said that Miss Lestrade brought in a storage ticket today.
It's really quite simple. Yes, the child brought me a storage ticket and the money owed it, as you say.
For this heavy black coat, which you returned to her care, as I understood it.
That's right, yes. And rather surprisingly, as soon as the little ragamuffin put the thing on, she went rifling through the pockets.
Oh, you mean...
What? Don't you think it's rude to stare at a lady? I see. So it came from the pocket of the overcoat, did it?
If you mean this disc, then yes, exactly, ma'am.
And she immediately tried to pawn it. For quite a high price as well. This is all rather suspicious, I think.
Give it up. I'm just trying to pawn something like anyone else would.
Miss Lestrade, may I ask who deposited the overcoat here in the first place?
Well, me.
Don't really appear to be your size.
Me, old man. It's me, old man's, ain't it?
Is it, Miss Lestrade? Yes, this is definitely all rather suspicious. It's a little sussy.
Out of my way, please.
Alright, I do not know who the fuck is talking. What the fuck? Hello? Who's this picture postcard English gentleman? Good God.
Good day to you, ladies, gentlemen.
You gonna fucking pull out your stand on me?
What's your problem, eh?
There is no problem as long as you remove yourself. I have a matter to discuss with the proprietor. And if you intend to make a problem of it, I shall see you outside, little girl, for the hiding you deserve.
Oh, look, ain't it obvious I ain't done talking with him yet? If you think you're such a gent, you should know how to wait in line.
Well, you are an impudent little brat, aren't you? As well as a pickpocket.
Eh? Who are you? I already know who I am.
The question is, how do you not know who I am? You haven't the courtesy to even remember the faces of your victims, it seems.
What? You mean from you? Broker?
Yes, sir.
I believe this filthy pocket thief has just redeemed an article from you, no?
Yes,
The article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once. Oh my. Now that's a lie. What are you trying to pull?
Give me back my overcoat, you wastrel, and needless to say,
any music box discs too. This man really is JoJo posing, huh?
No, you can't have it. You just can't. It's me old man's. Or it was. Now it's mine.
Goodness, Mr. Naruhodo. This is a very awkward situation. Yeah. I think perhaps we should hear both sides of the story in a little more detail. I mean, I already know who I'm siding with. And it ain't fucking JoJo over there. Miss Lestrade, is what the gentleman is saying?
What you think? It's all lies, ain't it? Obviously. I swear on my life, I ain't never laid eyes on that dandy before.
Let's hear it now, you little ragamuffin. You stole it, didn't you? That ticket you brought in here just now.
No, I swear. I swear to God, does that guy look like he would wear a coat like this? I don't think so.
It was barely an hour ago. I was walking along the street minding my own business when this little cutling ran into me. I knew at once what had happened. I've been robbed yet again, I thought to myself. Those wretched pickpockets.
Yet again?
Oh yes, as you can see, I am a man of impeccable style. This isn't the first time I've been targeted by these backslum scoundrels. Now then, relinquish my overcoat.
Come along now, Mr. Stride, give the good gentleman his coat back. If you're going to cause trouble, I shall have no choice but to call the police.
Hold on, why does everyone think it's me? Just look at this dandy coat, and you think I'm the dodgy one?
Oh, I'm sorry, but no one's going to believe you.
I believe you.
Well, what about evidence? Yeah. Where's your evidence that I've stolen something? Hey, come on, let's see it. Oh, I have evidence, naturally. You what?
Evidence that the article Miss Lestrade redeemed actually belongs to this gentleman. Of course, we need only consult Mr. Windibank's ledger to know the truth. We'll be able to look up the name of the person who deposited the article in the first place. Yes, brilliant.
I'm very sorry, but I'm afraid you won't be possible. Oh. I never ask customers' names. That's a strict policy of mine. I'd shoot myself if somebody told me their name.
Hi, I'm Naruhodo.
Well, that's it.
Why not?
Well now, as you can imagine, some of my customers have circumstances to consider. A great many of them prefer to maintain their anonymity.
Yes, I see. But then how can you know if an article belongs to the person asking to redeem it?
Oh, it's quite simple. Good sir, might I trouble you for the watchword associated with the article in question?
Of course, it's... Professor.
Yes, that's right. And all the evidence we need.
Did she not also say professor? Did she not need to?
This gentleman is the rightful owner of the article, without doubt.
A watchword. Interesting. So, about these watchwords, Mr. Windibank.
As I just explained, I never ask customers' names when they deposit items with me. There are many reasons why certain customers
Hey, Sholmes, what's up? What you doing?
would like to keep their activities secret.
That wasn't exactly a subtle glance at Mr. Sholmes now, was it?
Great detectives have no dark secrets, none at all.
Speaking of no style.
Yes, well, anyway, that's why I always ask for a watch whenever I accept a new article. In many ways, it's like the secret combination of numbers used to unlock a vault. The date of deposit, a description, and a watchword uniquely identify each item. And of course, then I give the storage ticket to the customer. When someone comes to redeem something, I ask for the ticket and the watchword.
And if that someone tells you the correct watchword, you return the article?
That's right, sir, yes, just as soon as the requisite fee is paid.
And I have supplied you with the information you require already, but for the avoidance of doubt, the article in question is an overcoat deposited 2 months ago on the 15th of February. With a watchword of Professor.
No, perfectly correct information, sir.
But Gina also knew all that. She also said professor. How she couldn't have fucking pickpocketed that. She literally couldn't have pickpocketed a word.
Tell me the word, you fucking tall asshole! But ow!
Really, this is beyond a joke now. There is no further room for doubt.
Gina, give me something to work with here. Excuse me, but who are you?
One would expect the Inquirer to introduce himself first. Though clearly you are not British, so perhaps our ways are foreign to you.
Oh, sorry. Yes, we're from the Empire of Japan. We're studying here.
Oh yes, Japan. I heard talk of the place.
Don't dance on me.
Its inhabitants live on some fiery brown-colored soup dressed up in exotic spices.
You might be thinking of somewhere else. And what was that theatrical gesticulation about?
Perhaps. Anyway, if you are a gentleman, sir, you offer your own name first before inquiring after the name of another.
Of course, yes. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a lawyer. Well, a student of law, really.
My name is Susato Mikotaba. I am Mr. Naruhodo's assistant.
I see. My name is Benedict. Yes.
Eggert Benedict. Either you're fucking lying or you're a... Well, you're a huge dickhead either way, but you... Eggert Benedict?
Enchanté.
He's so refined in how he holds himself and how he speaks, but that name is suspicious. Yeah, and I'm Billy Bob Joel from Japan. Yeehaw!
Now to the matter at hand.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
My overcoat, return it at once to someone with the style to carry it off.
Every move he makes, every breath he takes, I can't stand watching him.
If that's not a reference, I don't know what fucking is. Every move he makes, yeah, that fucking looks so ugly, dude.
So, with that being into the matter. And thank you for your custom, Mr. Eggert Benedict, sir.
Please stop doing that.
With such reasonable rates of interest, I may even decide to come back.
This is why I hate grown-ups. Just because I'm a diver, everyone thinks that makes me a liar.
And the contents of the coat pockets, if you please, broker. But of course, sir, here is the disc for you.
If he wants to be ugly, he didn't have to try very hard. He didn't need the coat for that. Just this one.
Pardon, sir?
I was expecting another.
That is, I deposited another.
Another disc.
Oh dear. Yeah, I regret to inform you, sir, that what was deposited with me was merely the overcoat. The disc happened to be in one of the pockets, but I was completely unaware of it until now.
So, Gutterling, you are hiding more of what's rightfully mine, are you? Says who, eh? I don't know nothing about it.
Very well. Then I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style.
It looks like you said farewell to style quite some years ago, Eggert.
Wait a minute, that disc is mine.
Oh, fuck.
Ah, what do you think you're doing, you little tramp? You've drawn blood, you filthy animal!
Oh my, yes, there's blood on the disc.
It's because of all those sharp little bumps. The man must have scratched his finger on them.
I found it first, alright? I mean, it belonged to me, old man. It belonged to me, old man. So you're not having it. Or you take it.
Me?
If I hang on to it, they'll have it off me again. So you keep hold of it.
Miss Lestrade, why is this disc so important to her? The music box disc has been entered into the court record. Interesting.
You there, in the Black Library. And that is to me at once, please.
No, don't. He's lying. Grown-ups are all liars.
What do I do now? How am I gonna resolve this? With facts and logic. And with a man. Let's do some deduction, dude. Mr. Sholmes, what are you examining with such keen interest there? As you enjoy a bar of caramel, I see. Was he depressed again?
So, you found me at last, Mr. Naruhodo.
Sorry?
After that young pickpocket sent me on my way, I was forced to lurk in the shadows. Cruelly ostracized as the rest of you partook in the jovial atmosphere of fellowship. I had nothing to occupy my mind, but was too ashamed to let society see what my downfall had done to me. So, feigning mock interest, I pretended to examine the tedious trinkets in this desolate place. Whilst, as you shrewdly observed, gnawing on the only friend I have left, the 7% solution of caramel. Pray, do you claim to understand the depths of my despair, Mr. Naruhodo? But how could you? I was so lonely, so desperately lonely.
Then why on earth didn't you rejoin the conversation? Things have gone from bad to worse here, you know.
Yes, I overheard much of your conversation. Or rather, in my craving for human contact, my ears devoured every word that was uttered.
You really were sad, weren't you? He's just a fucking dog. He's literally a puppy. The ADHD, the need for companionship, the idiocy.
Poor Mr. Shums, I feel simply awful for you.
It would seem that my inferences are correct.
Oh, surely you're not about to tell us that you've solved the entire case once again?
My dear madam, sometimes I wonder were my genius for deduction to be commoditized. How much could I pawn it for?
It seems Mr. Sholmes has had another of his flashes of inspiration. It's Iris. Iris has a kitty and a puppy. But who knows if it will help him resolve the situation between Miss Lestrade and the mysterious gentleman. It's me. It's Van Zeeks. Van Zeeks is the owner.
Well, Miss Lestrade, it would appear you find yourself in something of a predicament.
Where in the blue blazes have you been, eh?
Pardon?
When is the lady's in trouble, true gent's supposed to be there to help? Straight away! Not an hour later.
Harsh.
And who, pray tell, are you? Mr. Eggert Benedict, you have, in my eyes, a veritably encyclopedic array of curiosities about your person. Nevertheless, there are two immovable conclusions I have drawn.
He is simple. He just loves the two. Every time it's two.
I beg your pardon? The first is this. The true reason for your visit to this pawnbrokery today is something you have not yet revealed. Ugh. And the second is this. A considerable crime is in contemplation, one you will orchestrate with intent to steal a vast sum of money. Well, Mr. Benedict, what say you to my deductions? How?
He's turned as white as a hard-boiled egg.
It would seem that once again, Mr. Shums has made a flawless deduction.
Just who do you think you are, sir? Ah, yes, as I hoped. That is precisely the pained expression I was looking for. So, shall we begin? The time has come for yet another Herlock Sholmes' logic and reasoning spectacular.
Already? There hasn't even been a murder yet. Alright, the game's afoot. Let's go. Topic 1. Mystery Man's Aim.
First of all, we must ask ourselves on what business you ventured into this pawnbrokery today. You claim to have followed this pickpocketer, having had the redemption ticket stolen from you on the street. But that is most certainly a lie. The real truth is something quite different.
Ooh, what's he holding?
As revealed by that which you hold in your hand. Yes, what brought you to this shop in the first place is the staff recruitment flyer. The piece of paper in your hand is a staff wanted advertisement from this very shop. Yet even the most unobservant would soon realize that a man of your appearance has no need for such employ. In other words, there's some ulterior motive for your actions. The cane, which you unwittingly clutched to your person, exhibits an incontrovertible contradiction. What utter rot! I've had this cane for years! The contradiction of which I speak is, of course, the missing ferrule.
It's definitely the fact that it says AG instead of EB.
The end of any walking cane would be terminated with a metal ferrule to protect its wooden tip. And yet detailed analysis shows the wooden tip of the stick to be utterly bare. Therefore, there is only one conclusion. The rod which you hold in your hand, which appears to be a walking cane, is in fact no cane at all. You recoil, sir. Is something wrong? And in your recoiling, you inadvertently facilitate the answer of the next conundrum to present itself.
He plays AG, true.
Namely, what is the truth behind this rod you bear? Yes, your reaction betrays the truth. The handle, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding this riddle, see?
From the moment I saw it, my suspicions were aroused. What walking cane demands such a stout handle, mused I. But of course, as I said, this is no walking cane. No, that rod. Is the broken handle of a shovel. What? No, it's a spade! Are you insane? And now, having determined this undeniable truth, the conclusion is clear. Your true motive for coming here was to take employment at this establishment in order to excavate the ground beneath the premises. What a calculated crime you've conceived, sir. A wickedly calculated crime.
To tunnel underneath the pawnbrokery. Get the feeling it's not that.
Great crime. Now, Mr. Benedict, let us continue. For we must expose the details of this elaborate crime you have in the planning. This is utterly absurd. You suggest that I, a gentleman, intend to excavate the ground beneath this pawnbrokery with a broken shovel? What on earth do you propose I could expect to find there? Some long-forgotten treasure, I suppose. Save for such a fanciful theory, what possible reason could I have to do as you say? Oh, but there is an ample reason. As you are only too well aware, Mr. Benedict. Ah, and your furtive glance is more telling than I could have hoped. What? Let us consider what would motivate a man to infiltrate a shop such as this and covertly dig beneath its floor. The answer is revealed by the council notice on the drawer, to which your eyes were inadvertently drawn.
Bean Dick Cumberbatch. Damn, you got him, Meg. It's true.
This letter gives notice of public work to be carried out in the local area. And according to the enclosed plan of the uncapping sewage works, beneath this shop runs a sewer that adjoins another, one that runs under the bank on the opposite side of the road. This madness has entered the sewers now, has it? By excavating the ground beneath our feet, you would gain access to the waterway that flows in very close proximity to the great vault of the financial institution opposite. What are you? In summary, sir, you devised a master plan to pull off an elaborate bank robbery by dint of the underground tunnels. Master plan? Which brings us at last to the final chapter of this lurid scheme. With what plunder did the thief hope to make off with from the underground vault of the bank? Are you quite serious? Having consulted with Scotland Yard some days ago, I happen to know the answer. But naturally, the answer is no secret to you, is it, Mr. Benedict? I have no idea what you're talking about. Allow me to present a rather interesting piece of evidence. You see, this picture postcard tells us all we need to know. A postcard of the Great Exhibition? I'm afraid you've quite lost me. Currently in the final stages of preparation, the Great Exhibition will soon be underway, and the government has provided extra funds to complete its centerpiece, the Crystal Tower. Funds that currently sit in the vault of the bank, on the other side of this road. Pardon? Guess the considerable crime you have been contemplating is the theft of that which sits in the vault of that bank, the special reserve funds for the Great Exhibition. Of course, that is top secret police information, so keep it under your hat, please.
And yet, you just told everyone, including a pickpocket.
Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction, this pawnbroking puzzle. You've done it again, dumbass.
Mr. Sholmes.
Well, Mr. Naruhodo, an impressively upbeat deduction for a detective racked with loneliness, would you not agree?
Was it true what you said about the bank over the road and what it has in its vault?
Indeed, though few know of its existence, it is one of the government's most closely guarded secrets. Gregson told me in the strictest confidence,
Yet you've told so many people. But you just announced it to everyone here, rather loudly in fact.
Ah!
And if it's such a big secret, how would Mr. Benedict have come to find out about it?
There can be but one explanation for that. Clearly it is because the man is a criminal.
But what if he didn't know anything about the money in the vault? If he is a criminal, as he said, then buying a brand new shovel is sure to be the first thing he does now that you've revealed the secret.
Oh.
Or if he doesn't, maybe Mr. Windibank will. He already has plenty of shovels here, after all.
On my life, I assure you, I'm not so unscrupulous. Well, hopefully this has taught you a very valuable lesson. Sensitive information must be handled with the utmost of care.
Good job, bud.
One can never be sure that someone privy to secrets won't disclose them, and once the word is out, it's out.
Perhaps I'll think twice before confining you next time, Mr. Sholmes.
An excellent idea, Mr. Naruhodo. An excellent idea.
Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, you know what to do, I'm sure. Yes, let's list that great deduction again and see if we can massage it into shape.
Very well then, let us start once more from the beginning. Of Sherlock Sholmes is magnificent, logic and reasoning spectacular.
Woo! Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes.
First of all, we must ask ourselves on what business you ventured to this pawnbrokery today. You claim to have followed this pickpocket here, having had the redemption ticket stolen from you on the street. But that is most certainly a lie. The real truth is something quite different. As revealed by that which you hold in your hand. Yes, what brought you to this shop in the first place is the staff recruitment
Fly, I don't think so. So, by Mr. Sholmes' reasoning, Mr. Benedict came here in order to apply for a job so he could dig down through the floor. Yes, in an attempt to tunnel into the sewers to gain access to the money in the vault of the bank across the road. But he wouldn't get very far with a broken shovel, would he? No, I think it's fair to say his motives lie elsewhere. The question is where? What did bring Mr. Benedict here in this particular point in time? It's not the staff recruitment flyer. Ooh, hello. A note. Oh, look at all the scribbled notes on the back of the flyer here. I don't believe it. What is it? Let's know what it says. Name Gina Lestrade, height 5'2", green cap, scruffy waistcoat, scrubby white shirt, blue satchel, ragged. It's a detailed description of Miss Lestrade. Goodness, there's even a sketch of her, hat and all. Although if he showed it to her, she'd fire that smug grenade launcher in his face for sure. And look, the details of the shop have been written down here too. Windibank's Pawnbrokery, Baker Street. Redemption deadline, 15th of April. Which is today's date. Why would Mr. Benedict have all that information scrawled on the back of that piece of paper?
Take that!
Yes, what brought you to this shop in the first place is the info about Miss Lestrade.
Quite so, my dear fellow. It would appear that the writing and sketch on the reverse of the flyer pertain to the pickpocket, Miss Lestrade, and to Mr. Windibank's pawnbrokery here. You originally told us that you had merely given chase after Miss Lestrade stole the redemption ticket from you. But that, sir, is the thinly veiled lie. It is the information on the back of the flyer that led you here today, by which I mean here to Windibank's Pawnbrokery, and today, the redemption deadline of that overcoat. So, you waited outside for the young girl matching the description you have written down to arrive. And you have gone to some lengths to hide the reason for your pursuit of Miss Lestrade. In other words, there is some ulterior motive for your actions. The cane with which you unwittingly clutched to your person exhibits an incontrovertible contradiction. What utter rot! I've had this cane for years! The contradiction of which I speak is, of course...
No. Try again. What's a ferrule? It's the metal cap commonly found on the end of a cane, Mr. Naruhodo. The bit that makes the nice clacking sound on the pavement. Yes, exactly, and Mr. Sholmes is right, it appears to be missing on this cane. But it doesn't actually look broken, does it? No, it doesn't, though the gentleman certainly did recoil when Mr. Sholmes identified the cane as suspicious. In other words, there's some secret about the cane that Mr. Benedict would rather we don't know. I don't know, how about the fact that it doesn't have his fucking initials on it? Look here, Miss Susato. There are some letters on the handle. Ah, yes, those must be initials, I think. In the West, it's customary for people to engrave their belongings with the first letters of their names. So Hairlock Jones would be HS, you mean? That's right. And the initials on this cane, obviously... Oh. AG? Why does it feel as though that's not quite right?
Take that!
The contradiction of which I speak is, of course, the initialing.
A most astute observation, wouldn't you say, Mr. Eggert Benedict? We are led to believe, sir, that your initials are EB. Yet in a most possessive manner you have in your grasp a cane bearing the initials AG. An incontrovertible contradiction indeed, would you not agree? No! You're wrong! This cane isn't...
Egg fuck. Eggert Benedict. You said before you'd had that cane for years. So don't try and tell us you just borrowed it from a friend or found it in the park. In short, though you hold yourself to be a gentleman, you have withheld your true name. You recoil, sir. Is something wrong? Aye. And in your recoiling, you inadvertently facilitate the answer of the next conundrum to present itself. Namely, what is the truth behind this rod you bear? Yes, your reaction betrays the truth. No, I like Eggman. That's the problem. The handle, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the... Nope, it's not. Let's consider the bare bones of what's happening here. Miss Lestrade redeemed that fine-looking overcoat. And now a mysterious man has appeared, introducing himself with a fake name, and claiming that the overcoat belongs to him. But we know that he actually identified Miss Lestrade from a written description, which suggests that everything else he's told us is untrue. So what we need to do here is somehow prove that the overcoat cannot possibly belong to him. It's too big for you. Oh, the seam on the shoulder there is coming apart. Look. So it is. Do you know, a moment ago when Mr. Benedict was surprised by something that was said, I thought I heard him make a rather strange ripping sound. But now I think it was probably the sound of this seam ripping open. If you look closely, it does seem to be a very tight fit. The sleeves are stretched to bursting, and he wouldn't have a hope of fastening it in the front. If you were to run around in it, I'm sure the whole thing would fall apart. I think I'd like to see. Sorry? So how can we make Mr. Benedict run around? She's really giving this some thought. You're on fire, Mr. Benedict! The split seam, which you evidently would like to conceal, is the key to understanding this riddle, you see. Ah! Yes, because the overcoat is rather obviously a Paul fit. Having forced it over your broad shoulders, the seam is already breaking apart. My suspicions were aroused from the outset. When you so boldly lied about your name and so boldly waylaid this pickpocket. Ah! This catalogue of untruths has all been for one very specific purpose. To steal the article that the young girl redeemed from Mr. Windibank. Ah! But what really irks me is this. The considerable crime I initially imagined has been considerably curtailed. I suppose so. You abscond with a redeemed item. Now, Mr. Benedict, let us continue. For we must expose the details of this elaborate crime you have in the planning. This is utterly absurd. You suggest that I, a gentleman, designed to wheeze to filch some tawdry article of pawnage. Have you forgotten that I redeemed the article in the proper manner, using the watchword? Don't dance like that, you might rip it some more. Had I not been the one to deposit it in the first place?
How could I possibly have known the relevant details? N'est-ce pas? Oh, but the watchword can be discovered. As you are only too well aware, Mr. Benedict.
Ah, and your furtive glance is more telling than I could have hoped.
What? Let us consider how one might come to learn a secret watchword relating to the pawned property of another. The method is revealed by the council notice on the counter with no.
The direction of the deduction must change rather dramatically now, I think. Yes, no more talk of tunneling into the sewers. Which is a pity, because it all sounded rather exciting. Anyway, you can't deny that this mysterious gentleman did know the watchword. Yes, Professor. If you didn't know that word, Mr. Windibank would have never allowed you to redeem the article. Or, looking at it another way, if you did know that word, Mr. Windibank would allow you to redeem the article whether it was yours or not. So the question is, could this gentleman have found the watchword out somehow? Yeah, I think he could have. I think it's called the book. No? Is it here that he writes it? Where does he write them? Look at this, Mrs. Otto. It appears to be a memo that Mr. Windibank has scribbled to himself. Let's see. What does it say? Oh, Professor. Mr. Windibank must make a note of the watchwords when his customers give it to him right before their eyes. And an alarmingly clear script as well. Oh dear, I don't know where to look. Who knows what other secrets I might see.
Take that!
The method is revealed by the notelet on the counter to which your eyes were inadvertently drawn. Yes, the broker here follows the same procedure whenever a customer comes to redeem an article. He asks the customer for the watchword and notes it down the response uttered on his notelet he has to hand. Then he consults his ledger and confirms whether or not the watchword matches that of the article in question. I would expect nothing less of a diligent pawnbroker.
But his diligence clearly has its disadvantages.
What are you talking about? It is increasingly apparent that you are present in this shop before your accusation against Miss Lestrade. In all likelihood, you followed her inside and then observed her talking to Mr. Windibank. When the diligent broker made a note of the watchword, as is common practice, you observed him writing the word Professor on the notelet beside the ledger. And that, sir, was the master plan you devised to steal the pawned article from the young Miss Lestrade. Master plan! Which brings us at last to the final chapter of this lurid scheme. Why would you go to such lengths to redeem that particular article from this pawnbroker? Are you quite serious? For an ill-fitting overcoat hardly seems to justify the effort, much less a worthless music box disc. But naturally you had a very good reason to make them yours, didn't you, Mr. Benedict? I have no idea what you're talking about. Allow me to present a rather interesting piece of evidence. You see, this picture postcard tells us all we need to know.
The articles we're talking about are the overcoat and the music box discs that were in the pockets, which, according to Mr. Windibank, isn't even worth a penny. And that's this man that went to such great lengths to steal them. Why? Wonder if perhaps we already have the evidence we need to explain it, Mr. Naruhodo. Could we? Really? I had a thorough look through all the evidence we've collected so far. Oh, there's a little scrap of paper stuck onto the reverse side of this disc. Look. Form a gilded. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, fucking a half. Oh, that's big. That's big. They put a fucking message on the music box. The music box gonna read out a message or some shit. For McGilded. McGilded, it couldn't be. But it is, Mr. Naruhodo. A name I shall never forget for as long as I live. But why? Why is his name on this? Shit, dude.
Take that!
You see, this music box disc tells us all we need to know. What's that? On the back? It reads, For McGilded. Ah! Ah, Mr. Magnus McGilded, the unfortunate philanthropist who perished in curious circumstances at the Old Bailey 2 months ago. A prominent man in London, though his alone-mongering demonstrated a distinct lack of scruples. So, you're an associate of his, are you? Or perhaps a subordinate? The hat, that explains the hat. Mr. McGilded was a man of unusually small stature. In fact, he was precisely the right size for that overcoat that you've squeezed yourself into. Ah! Your true identity remains shrouded in mystery, Mr. Eggert Benedict. But the final conclusion here is crystal clear. The reason you came to this pawnbrokery today was to retrieve an article left behind by the late Magnus McGilded. Ah! We got him, boys. Put it in the books to acquire an item deposited by Mr. McGilded. Shit, dude. McGilded's coming out. Deduction complete. Elementary. Oh, fuck. The plot really thickens. Well, well, Mr. Magnus McGilded. Not a name I expected to hear in these circumstances. Mr. Shams, I'm afraid there's something very troubling on my mind. Pray tell, Miss Susato. Well, according to what Mr. Windibank told us earlier, today was the final day on which the coat could have been redeemed, was it not?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct. Today would be precisely 2 months since it was first deposited.
Hold on. Maybe I'm misremembering, but didn't we do his case on the 14th of February? Which means that it was deposited after his death. Well, today's 15th of April, so 2 months ago oh, it was today, on the 15th, okay.
Would have been 15th of February, sir, that's right. It's all carefully recorded in my ledger. Deposited at 10:30 p.m.
That would have been right after his death. What? But that suggests... Yes, 15th of February. It's precisely the day on which the omnibus murder took place. Oh no, we did it on the 16th. Okay. Shit's gotten really interesting. And 10:30 in the evening is precisely the time at which terrible events were unfolding.
Suggestive is not the word. It would seem the matter is entirely beyond coincidence.
You are, of course, at liberty to make whatever outlandish deductions you choose. However, I must insist you hand over the music box discs now. God damn, everyone's got a gun in this chapter. Quick! Quick, Mr. Windibank, point a gun at your own head. It would be a terrible shame for you to return to your native land in a box. What do I do? Fuck. I don't know. We're not giving over that disc. No, we're giving over that disc. I don't know. We're not giving over that disc. There are some things a man must protect at all costs. This may well be one of those things. Then again, it may not. Gregson! Oh no, yeah, Mr. Windibank. He's gonna shoot himself.
This is my shop. I can't allow any harm to come to my customers. If that were to happen, I should have to take my own life.
Mr. Windibank, no! Pointed at the other guy.
Alright, that's enough.
Gregson? Hell yeah! Inspector Gregson! Inspector!
That's right, sunshine. The alarm was raised on one of our dedicated emergency lights. So we got here as fast as we could. Now, what's all this about, eh? Oh, praise be, you're here at last. I was moments away from forfeiting my own life in my very own establishment.
It would seem you have the upper hand.
Right, you all have some explaining to do. I appreciate being bothered with some petty argy-bargy.
Petty? Mr. Windibank very nearly met his end.
Yeah, by his own gun as far as I can tell.
Oh dear.
And the whole of Britain could meet with its head if I don't get to the bottom of the case I'm supposed to be working on.
What? What on earth is a case, Inspector?
Spare no detail, Gregson.
I might have said a little too much. No matter, it's nothing to do with you lot. Anyway, sir, you're gonna have to come with me down to the station.
But of course, Inspector.
Yeah!
He's getting away! Get after him, lads! Whistle to meet Officer 2. Sir!
There's pawn shops right here recently. So if there are emergency buttons underneath the counters for brokers to let us know when there's trouble.
Oh, Inspector, I was very worried there for a while. Very worried indeed.
Now then, Mr. Permanently in Mourning.
Oh, yes?
I'll be taking that whatever it is McGilden's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over.
Oh, yes, of course.
No, don't. Don't give it to him. It's mine, that is. Mine.
I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGilden has to be taken in as evidence now.
As evidence?
If the police demand something as evidence, my dear fellow, we have no choice but to capitulate. It's all yours, Inspector.
It's okay, G. We'll get it back. Probably not. So we handed Mr. McGilda's disc over to Inspector Gregson. And we're summarily turfed out of the shop and onto the street. To be continued. Alright, investigation part 2. Still not been a murder.
See, that's why I hate grown-ups. All they do is feed you a pack of lies and take stuff away from you.
Oh, really, Miss Lestrade? Tell me, is that overcoat keeping you warm?
What? Oh my, surely you were given that. Yeah, the D let me keep it after I looked daggers at him for long enough. He went through the pockets and then said, "Go on, Dan, have it," before telling me to scarp it. Always pays off giving people a look like you ate them.
I can't help feeling that it's going to get you into some serious trouble one day.
What I really wanted was that nice shiny disc of mine.
A music box disc? But Mr. Windibank said it was practically worthless.
I think I'm going to go and have another bash. Give him a long hard stare.
I think not, Miss Lestrade. We shan't enter Windibank's again today.
Why not? That's not fair.
It can't be helped, I'm afraid. The police are investigating the scene now and taking a statement from Mr. Windibank.
But that is mine. I had the ticket for this coat and it was in this kid's pocket. And there should be something else and all. What's that wrong cove say, ain't it?
Yes, he did mention something about another article, didn't he?
Well then, that's mine too, whatever it is.
Now she's really pushing her luck.
Miss Lestrade, I think it's time to admit defeat. You've had your all for the day.
Yeah, and it's all your fault, Sholmes.
So what are your plans now? Will you dine with us this evening? Eh? Iris would be delighted to cook, I'm sure, and I might entertain you with a modest violin recital.
No, Ta.
Oh.
Well, I'll come around to your place, eh? Hey, you lost your head or something?
Oh dear, she's gone.
Having reviled on me quite unnecessarily, I might add.
And can't help wondering. Perhaps she might turn up anyway.
Interesting.
Once she's had a chance to calm down, I think there's a good chance she'll decide to come.
Very well then. I'll inform Iris to set a place for our potential guest at the dinner table this evening. And one more thing. I should be glad of your company later too.
Sorry?
I believe I will have a rather splendid surprise to show you.
Oh, how exciting. What is it?
You shall have to wait and see, Miss Susato. Until later then.
Alright, let's head back to our consultancy. No, apparently not. Alright, let's head back to, let's talk to Iris.
Ah, Susie and Bruno, come in, come in.
Good afternoon, Iris.
Thank you so much for breakfast this morning. Oh, don't mention it. Goodness, look at the time already.
Busy as always.
I am. I'm preparing everything for dinner this evening.
Already? You're obviously cooking something special, are you?
Oh yes, after all, we have a special guest joining us. Guess who it is? Go on, hee hee, you'll never guess.
Look at those little eyes of hers shining.
Oh dear, it is awkward when you already know the answer, isn't it? It's Ginny! Isn't that exciting? Oh, what a surprise! Yes, that's wonderful news.
Wow, Iris seems overjoyed at the idea.
I can't wait to learn some pickpocketing tips from a real professional.
Oh yes, that does sound like fun.
I'm not sure that's entirely appropriate. Are you, Mr. Naruhodo?
By the way, Iris, what's Mr. Sholmes up to?
Early? Oh, he's been like that ever since he got back.
The anime scene, is it quiet? Is the rest of the volume okay? I didn't change the volume at all. Oh. Hello, Mr. Sholmes.
I beg that you won't speak to me.
Sorry?
I don't know who you are, but kindly take your leave. As you can see, I'm not here.
I don't know how to respond to that.
I do apologize. When he gets like this, he's completely oblivious to everything.
Yes, I see.
Really, he behaves just like a child sometimes, Hurley does.
Mr. Sholmes and Iris have something of a parent and child relationship, don't they? Yes, except that Iris is clearly the parent here. Come to think of it, I wonder where her real parents are.
What's the matter, Runo? Have you ever such a funny look on your face?
Oh, no, it's nothing.
I know what it is. Why does this girl live here with Mr. Sholmes, you're wondering? Am I right?
How? How did you?
Oh, Runo, I can read you like a book.
This girl is dangerous. Everyone can read you like a book. You literally just speak under your breath.
Don't worry, you can ask me anything. I won't mind.
No, wait, I didn't want to move. Her father died in the first case? Yeah, that's probably true. So, by Ginny, you mean Miss Lestrade, the young woman from the McGilded case 2 months ago, right?
Yes, who also stole my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Although after that trial, I invited her back here and we had dinner together. And now we're the best of friends. Oh, what a lovely tale. Yes, now if I bump into her on the street, she runs away as fast as she can. Oh. And I chase her after down the after her down the back alleys.
Interesting idea of friendship.
And then I let her have the latest color of smoke grenade I've developed.
Oh.
There are so many beautiful colors in the world. Ginny wants to make a whole rainbow.
I suppose this means you've let Miss Lestrade keep the smoke grenade launcher, have you?
Yes, that's right. I'd got bored of it anyway. Hurley always reacts the same way when I shoot him with it now.
Poor Hurley.
Oh, I can't wait for Ginny to arrive. It's been too long since she last came over. I'm so excited.
I just hope she actually does come.
I'm sure you've been wondering why it is that I live here with Hurley, haven't you?
Well, it has crossed my mind. That and where are your real parents?
My mummy and daddy aren't with me anymore. Mummy passed away when I was born, and around the same time, my father, well, he had to go to a faraway land because of one of the cases he and Hurley were working on.
Oh. Wait a minute. Did you say he and Hurley?
Yes. Daddy and Hurley were always solving mysterious cases together.
She didn't mention that before.
He wrote them all up in his diaries. That's what's in this metal chest over there.
Really? He recorded them all? So, you mean it's true? Mr. Sholmes really did have a partner with whom he tackled some of his most taxing cases?
Oh yes, I mean, it's always nice to have one, isn't it?
So Mr. Sholmes' partner was your father?
Exactly. Haley told me I wasn't allowed to look in the chest, but that only made me want to look even more, so I opened it up and found your father's memoirs. Yes, so I asked Hurley, who wrote these? He nearly fell off his chair. But then he told me, and that's when I found out that the author of all those accounts was my father.
So Iris's father was Mr. Sholmes' partner. So Iris's father was Mr. Sholmes' partner. Yeah, he was. Damn, Cabello, you called it a while ago. You were right, though.
I've practically lived with Hurley all my life. I was tiny when he took me in. So it came as quite a shock when Hurley told me he wasn't really my daddy. I mean,
He must have done. I wonder why Mr. Sholmes chose to tell you,
and at such a young age. Hurley says it's because he wouldn't have been able to hide it from me.
Oh? He is terrible at keeping secrets.
Well, having lived with Hurley all these years, you might say that his ways have rubbed off on me. There are some things I can just see. Especially lies. I almost know when people are lying before they open their mouths sometimes.
Right.
Anyway, I was so fascinated when I read Daddy's diaries. That's what inspired me to write The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, actually.
I'd always assumed Mr. Sholmes simply told you all those thrilling stories.
Oh no, Hurley's hopeless like that. He forgets everything. As soon as he solved a case, it all but vanishes from his mind.
Oh, I see.
The other day, it was so embarrassing. As usual, he totally forgot about the case he just solved. So the very next day, he gathered together all the people involved and proceeded to solve the case again.
Look at her backpack. She has a little bunny rabbit Sholmes and a little mouse Iris. That's adorable. That's amazing on her backpack. I want those. Can I get those? Are those for sale? You can say that again.
You share your father's surname, don't you, Iris? That's right, Wilson. Daddy is Dr. John H. Wilson. I learned from his diaries that he's a doctor of medicine, you see. That's what prompted me to study and study so that I could earn a doctorate as well.
Iris's father, who went to some distant land, and is a doctor by the name of John H. Wilson?
The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case.
The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. That's right. Visiting professor of medicine at Imperial Yume University. And the man who, in the most bizarre circumstances, lost his life just before we left Japan. Miss Susato. Yes. Perhaps we shouldn't pursue this conversation any further at this time.
I think that would be for the best.
Ah, my dear fellows, how good to see you.
Eek, Mr. Sholmes.
Why ever did you not make your presence known to me before? Well, no matter now. So, how the devil are you?
We've been with you for most of the day.
Goodness, really?
Do tell me, Mr. Sholmes, is your violin unscathed?
My violin? Whatever are you talking about, dear madam?
Oh,
Never mind that now. I have something far more interesting to show you. Behold, my dear fellows.
Oh, another music box disc.
No, not another disc, Miss Susato. This is the one Gregson demanded we hand over as evidence. Mr. McGilda's disc.
Oh my. Then what's it doing here?
You know, at times, Mr. Naruhodo, I think that though I have an undeniable turn for detection, I may well be even more adept at larceny.
That's not a good thing.
Ooh, that would be wonderfully exciting. I'd be your pickpocketing assistant. And Runo could be our go-to lawyer if we ever got caught.
Right.
Plus, Susie has such beautiful handwriting. She could write all our menacing crime notifications.
The four of us were becoming criminals together! Yay! Yes, I'd be delighted. I'm just going to pretend this conversation never happened, I think. She's like, yep. We go along with it. I don't understand. How did that disc come to be in your possession? I thought Inspector Gregson took it back to Scotland Yard.
Quite correct. And that sort of uncompromising attitude is precisely why I always carry around some of this.
Holy shit! He fucking imprinted it in his caramel bar? Bro, Shom's actually kind of a fucking gamer brain. This man uses candy bars to make imprints in his pocket. Actual fucking gamer.
That's a bar of caramel, Mr. Sholmes.
You are an only friend in times of loneliness, if I'm not mistaken.
If you will humor me, my dear fellows, cast your minds back to when the good detective confiscated the disc. I'll be taking whatever it is begrudged out of the yard, thank you very much.
Egg, you should use caramel.
Hand it over.
Oh yes, of course.
If the police demand something as evidence, my dear fellow, we have no choice but to capitulate. It's all yours, Inspector. For the briefest of moments, I had the disc in my hand, did I not?
Yes, you did, but I still don't understand. How is Gregson not, like, take the thing from here?
It's fucking sticky! Where'd all this caramel come from? Why is it on the bottom of this disc? It was precisely at that moment that I summoned my one and only friend into action. I pressed the disc into a pair of bars, like this.
That's amazing. The disc and all the minuscule protrusions have made an image on the caramel, and it didn't melt or deform at all.
Indeed, this caramel is quite exceptional. I developed it myself.
You developed caramel?
Suitably soft for making impressions, but resistant to melting. The result of a precisely controlled solution.
Alright, you got me. You got me on that. How extraordinary.
Carrying a pair of these on one's person frequently provides useful indeed. Take a house key, for example. A simple press, and its unique form is duplicated. I can enter anyone's property at will, and never without high sucrose and nourishment.
I know I love Sholmes, but sometimes, man, it sounds illegal.
Sir Sholmes, that's a crime! From the image, I was able to create this. I confess I was most curious to know what manner of music would issue from the disc when played.
Do tell us then, Mr. Sholmes. What music does the disc play?
Well, unfortunately, I have no idea.
No idea?
None whatsoever. Are you familiar with the workings of a music box, my dear fellows?
No, I'm afraid not.
Goodness, you don't know, Runo? Inside a music box, there's a special metal piece called a comb. That's what produces the sound. Small protuberances pluck the different teeth of the comb as they rotate past it, making the different notes. The first music boxes to be invented used a rotating cylinder with protuberances on it.
But over time, a new type of player was produced, which used discs such as these. With that development, the popularity of music boxes spread far and wide, all around the globe.
Why exactly?
Because the discs are easy to produce and can be interchanged to facilitate the playing of different tunes. There are a great many firms in Europe now manufacturing music boxes as a result.
It is wonderful to be able to enjoy music, even when no performer is present.
But it is the very success of that invention which means we are now presented with an insurmountable problem.
What do you mean?
As you may imagine, the construction of one firm's music box does not match that of another, and we have no way of knowing in which music box this particular disc was designed to be played. There is no resolution to this problem, I'm afraid. It's quite intractable.
Ah, I see. So that's why.
Naturally, I tested the disc in those few music boxes I have at my disposal. But as you can hear, to no avail. The results were equally unsatisfactory in this one. So, I am presently engaged in acquiring an example of all the music boxes ever made in Europe.
Every single one! That's Hurley for you, always taking things too far.
But, my dear girl, an unsolved riddle is quite repugnant to my constitution.
But surely all the different types in Europe will amount to a huge volume of music boxes, won't it?
Yes, that is certainly true. In the worst case, I shall just have to ask you to vacate the attic room.
What? Damn, man would kick me out for some music boxes.
Magnus McGilden, not a name I expected to hear so soon.
Yes, it's only been 2 months since that grisly case. Mr. McGill had perished within hours of the trial's conclusion. Was it the curse of the Reaper? No one knows, still now. The omnibus was reduced to a pile of ash. Not a shred of evidence remained. And with the man's death, the truth about the murder in which he was so intimately involved was buried. Even though we successfully established Mr. McGilden's innocence in the trial, the newspapers are still claiming that it remains an unsolved case. The murder of the brickmaker, Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason. In the end, the truth of the matter remains a mystery. We still have no idea what really happened that night. And although Mr. McGilden was found not guilty through my defense, I still don't know if that was the right judgment or not.
It would appear the case is not yet closed.
Well, it's time I started getting things ready for dinner, I think. Ginny will be here before long.
Thank you, Iris.
Oh, well, you must let me help you then. Of course, Susie. There's plenty to do.
I think I shall investigate the condition of my faithful performing partner. Now then, where did I leave it?
Let this be a lesson to you, Mr. Sholmes. Never leave anything too precious with a pawnbroker.
Yes, you may be right.
Oh, that reminds me of something Mr. Windibank said before. He said that he had a manuscript of Iris's in pawn, didn't he?
Did he?
Yes, he definitely mentioned it. Mr. Sholmes' latest tale of otherworldly mystery lies dormant in my storeroom, were his words, I believe. So you heard about that, did you? I expect you were as incensed as I was. Oh yes, the idea of such a wonderful story languishing in Mr. Windibank's storeroom, gathering dust.
My dear madam, I'm quite sure I told you already. The pawnbroker's storeroom is the safest place for it, more secure than a bank's vault.
And what about your Stradivarius, Hurley? Was that safe and secure?
Well, there may be an occasional mix-up.
Caused by a certain impetuous someone not too far from me now. Do you have any idea how long it took me to write that Baskerville story, Hurley? It sounds so exciting, The Hound of the Baskervilles. I should love to read it. She didn't say that. How do you know that's what it's called? How did you know it was called that? What's going on here? Why does it feel like an icy chill just swept through the room? Susie, what did you just say? You said The Hound of the Baskervilles. But how could you know the full title? Well, that's... That's because Mrs. Otto is such a great fan of all the stories about Mr. Sholmes, of course. But Runo, The Hound of the Baskervilles, has never been published.
What?
When I showed Hurley the manuscript, he told me that I wasn't allowed to publish it yet. I don't understand. That's why he said he'd keep it safe, until it was the right time for the story to be made public, you see. So that's why the manuscript is at Windibank's. And yet, how could Susie know its title? Well, Hurley, what's going on?
It's time for another logic and deduction extraordinaire.
What is it, Mr. Sholmes?
It would appear our guest has arrived.
Hello, Gina. Miss Lestrade.
This was a bad idea. I knew I weren't welcome. I'm going.
No, wait, Miss Lestrade. We've all been eagerly waiting for your arrival. Haven't we, Iris?
Oh yes, just wait there, Ginny. We'll have everything ready in a jiffy. Come along, Susie.
Right, of course. It's a pleasure to see you here, Miss Lestrade. Please, make yourself at home.
Don't stand in the doorway, my dear girl. Come along in. What say you to some Mendelssohn? I won't take no for an answer.
Meddlesome it is, then. Aw, Kitty's back. Meow. Wagahai best character. That evening, Iris prepared us all a meal that was even more delicious than usual. Mr. Sholmes' violin performance was in no way meddlesome, and Gina, as we came to call her, taught us all how to steal things from one another without being noticed. Everyone thoroughly enjoyed themselves, well into the night. That was a very enjoyable evening, wasn't it? Oh yes, Iris' cooking was truly divine. And I feel as though I can still hear the enchanting strains of Mr. Sholmes' violin even now. Best of all, I bet I could steal the glasses from his lordship's face next time we're in court. Maybe don't do that, though. Naruhodo-san, could I consult with you about something, I wonder? What's the matter, Suzaru-san? It's about the telegram I received. Ah, the one that arrived first thing this morning, I suppose. I've been summoned. What? Summoned? What did you mean? The telegram was from the Lord Chief Justice's office. Lord Strongheart has asked to see me. The Lord Chief Justice? When? Tomorrow morning. What? Then we have to start preparing at once. Oh, no, that won't be necessary, Naruhodo-san. I've been summoned alone. Alone? What on earth for? Fishy. I have no idea. I suppose I shall find out tomorrow. What's all this about? Whatever it is, it's making me feel very uneasy. Oh, who could that be, I wonder? I thought it was just gonna be Lord Strongheart. Hello, hello, it's me, Lord Strongheart. Good evening, friends. Ah, Iris, hello again. Yeah, I don't care for that, Stormy. Not good. And Gina, too. Yes, Judy's going to stay with us tonight. She's going to sleep in with me. Isn't that right, Ginny? Well, yeah. How lovely. Let me make a pot of tea. You know, I've learned so much today. Oh, what in particular? All those things Ginny showed us, wasn't it wonderful? Ah, you mean all those pickpocketing techniques? We had fun trying them out on each other, didn't we? I think I've awakened a natural talent. I could earn a living from it. You might be getting ahead of yourself a little there. So, what brings you up to our humble quarters at this late hour? Well, you see, I came to return this. She fucking got it. Wait, what? That's mine. Oh my, how did you? I told you, didn't I? I have a natural talent for it. Oh yes, I'd forgotten. Iris literally is a child genius. So anyway, here, you can have it back. Not that I really understand why you wear it, though. Ah, thank you. Alright then, good night. Yes, good night. They leave and Susato's like, I just made tea! So this is your office, is it? Have you never been up here? What do you think, Ginny? I think I wouldn't fancy me chances with a lawyer what lives in a place like this.
Yes, me too. Haha.
Seems as though Iris here still has something she'd like to talk about.
I suppose she probably wants to talk about the manuscript.
Yes, I suppose she probably does.
Iris, I suppose you're hoping to talk about the manuscript, aren't you? Aren't you going to tell me? I'm so sorry. I need a little more time, please. Alright, I understand. I hope I haven't made you feel awkward. Oh no, not at all, Iris, not at all. I don't know what all this is about really, but... It's a story you made up, is it, Iris? This mantle script or whatever you call it? It's not exactly a story that I made up. It's something I read in Daddy's diaries.
Daddies?
That's right. I don't suppose I've mentioned it to you before, Ginny, but my daddy was Hurley's assistant once, his partner.
Eh?
They solved all sorts of strange and mysterious cases together. Is that right, mister?
Apparently so. I was as surprised as you are, though.
And Daddy wrote all the details of every single case down, you see, in his diaries. So I study them and write my stories based on what actually happened. So, where's your old man now, then? He had to go away on urgent business to a faraway land, and he'll be gone a very long time. So I've never really met him.
And you never will.
Oh, right.
Come to think of it, I don't know anything about Gina's parents either. Perhaps we should ask her. Perhaps not. Iris, this Hound of the Baskervilles story. I take it that's another tale inspired by your father's accounts?
That's right. I thought it was fascinating. But it's different somehow. From the other cases, I mean.
Oh? How?
I don't really know, but it must be special in some way. Because after I'd written and showed the manuscript to Hurley, he turned as white as a sheet. It was the first time I'd ever seen him like that.
It pains me to have to say this after you've toiled it over us for so long, Iris, but this story must not be published at this time, under any circumstances.
But why not? It's one of my best works.
I'm not at liberty to say, not now, so please do not ask me.
Alright then, I won't.
But I do solemnly swear that I will explain everything one day, Iris, when the time is right.
And that's how the manuscript came to be with Mr. Winnebank, isn't it?
Yes. Hurley said it had something to, it had to be somewhere very safe.
That really gets my goat, that does. He's treating you like a child.
It's mean, that's what it is, keeping secrets like that.
I'm sure Mr. Sholmes isn't trying to be mean.
Eh?
If he said he wasn't at liberty to talk about it, I'm sure there must have been a very good reason.
I think so too.
You lot are too trustful for your own good. But you can't pull the wool over my eyes. Sholmes is lying to Iris. I'll bet my life on it. What?
Hurley's lying to me.
I don't know about that. Don't know about that. I realized I don't know anything about your parents, Gina. I ain't got any, have I? Never did have.
That's not how biology works, miss.
Look, the East End's full of orphans like me. No one wants nothing to do with us from the minute we're born, not even our mums. But we all stick together. The older ones look after the little ones and make sure they get by.
So that's why you're a pickpocket.
Nah, that one's my life. I love it.
I get a kick out of it every time I lift some pompous idiot's purse.
And that's all we all afford to eat.
I'm like Robin Hood, ain't I? That's how I see it. Oh, Gina. I do think about it sometimes. What it's like to have parents, I mean. I always thought I'd make them everything right. But I haven't listened to what Iris just said. It sounds like having parents ain't always easy either. Oh. I mean, if you know you never had them, you don't feel like you always want to meet them. It's true. I do want to see Daddy so much. And you never will. Gina, what did you mean when you said that you know Mr. Sholmes is lying to Iris? Well, it reckons he pulled that mantle script or whatever, right? But come on, that's obviously a load of rubbish. Oh my, why would you think that, Gina? It's simple. If that story was really an old Winterbank storeroom, there's no way someone from halfway around the world, in other words, you, could know about it. Ah. Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, he sold it. Without telling you. But Hurley would never do something like that. I'm sure of it. Ah. Grown-ups do a lot worse than that, believe me. Barefaced liars, a lot of them. You ain't realized it yet. I'm telling you, that mantle script ain't at Winterbank's. You'd soon see if you had a look. Even if you think you can trust him, I don't. That Sholmes is a liar like the rest of them. If I'm honest, I have wondered if Hurley's telling me the truth sometimes. See? Oh, but I don't mean that I think he sold it. I meant that I sometimes wonder if he might have hidden my manuscript somewhere I don't know, even though it's wrong of me to doubt him. Don't be too hard on yourself, Iris. I mean, we do know Winterbank has it, right? Winterbank said he has it. Oh my goodness, look at the time. Come along, Ginny. We should go back downstairs. Yeah, alright. And please, don't mention any of this to Hurley, will you? No, of course not. Good night then. Good night then, Iris. Good night, Gina. You must let me make breakfast for you tomorrow morning. I insist. Oh, yes, please. I can't wait, Susie. Good night, then. Iris. It sure is easy to forget, isn't it? Sometimes she speaks just like an adult, but deep down, she's still just a child. Well, I think it's time that I turned in for the night too, Miss Naruhodo-san. Dr. John H. Wilson, Iris' father, but also the name of the murdered visiting professor at Yuma University. Can't be a mere coincidence. There's something deeper going on. So this is why we never got a motive in the first case. Very interesting indeed. Mr. Naruhodo. Mr. Naruhodo. That voice. That's Mr. Sholmes. Uh-oh. What's going on? It's the middle of the night. It's Miss Lestrade. She's gone. Gina? She was supposed to be sleeping in Iris's room, but her bed is empty. Well, she's an independent young woman. She probably decided to go home, no? She stole the Hound of the Baskervilles. I think not. From speaking to her before she retired, I received the distinct impression that she was looking forward to breakfasting with Miss Susato. No, I don't believe the girl has gone home, but I've been waiting for over an hour now. Over an hour? Oh. If you'll indulge me, out the window, my dear fellow. What's this about? Wait a minute. Why is there a light on at this time of night? That's Mr. Winterbank's pawnbrokery. Mr. Winterbank's... Oh no. We did have to read all those things. All that stuff is going to be relevant. It's simple. If that story really was an old Winterbank storeroom... Oh shit, Mr. Winterbank's going to be dead and Gina's going to be the prime suspect. And we're going to have to... defend her. To know someone away from someone halfway around the world, in other words, you could have known about it. Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, he sold it. Without telling you. Could Gina have gone? It seems you have some knowledge of the situation, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? Oh, no, not really. Well, anyway, we must investigate. At once. Mrs. Otto. Man, you put on your kimono quick, huh? It's 1:14 a.m., but it's gonna say the 15th in there. The door to Windibanks, it's open. And the lamp is burning. It must be Gina, mustn't it? Let us hope it's nothing more sinister. What? Come, there's not a moment to lose. Clearly something is afoot inside. Oh shit! No, it does say the 16th. Oh fuck. Damn, there is certainly a bullet in that wall or whatever. Oh yes, there is. So what? What? Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Sholmes! What the? Has Sholmes been shot? What the fuck? Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo! But after them, go! Right. What in the fuck? Blast! I've lost them.
Hello, what are we here? The arm was just raised from this pawnbroker, sir. Would you know something about that?
Officer, come with me. It's my friend, Mr. Sholmes. He's been shot.
Shot?
With the policeman close behind me. Have a good one, Cabelia. Policeman close behind me, I ran back to Windibanks.
Mr. Sholmes!
Mr. Naruhodo.
How bad is it? Never mind me, but there's much at stake. Behind that door. In the storeroom. Hurry!
Oh shit.
It's Gina!
Oh shit. Goddamn. Well, we've got our murder. Oh shit. Goddamn. All right. Back in 2 minutes. I'm gonna go take a quick whiz, and we'll come back and do part 3. See everybody in a minute. Yeah, she's gonna get framed. No shit.
Wait, is there an AC noise? Is there a problem with the AC? Is there a noise? I don't hear anything. What you talking about, Willis? Is there a background noise I need to take care of? Because I don't hear shit.
You'll be alright, Mr. Naruhodo. After them, go! Behind that door, in the storeroom. Hurry! It's Gina? It's Gina! From that moment, Windibank's pawnbrokery became a crime scene. Everything that followed happened in a whirlwind of activity. The arrival of the police, the preliminary investigation of the scene, and the questioning. It was just before dawn before I was allowed back to my lodgings 21B. Naruhodo's Legal Consultancy. Oh, Iris. A telegram came, but all it said was, "Wait at home." Oh, yes, we asked one of the policemen to have it sent. It was simply impossible to come back. When I woke up, I was all alone. Haley and Ginny were gone. Everyone was gone. What happened, Runo? Poor Iris, she's trembling. She's obviously trying very hard not to let herself get too worried. I'll explain everything that I know. Something awful has happened, hasn't it? Yes, I'm afraid so. I'm sorry to have to tell you this, Iris, but Mr. Windibank is dead. He was shot. We discovered in the early hours of the morning. Oh, yes, I had a feeling. You did? Well, I saw all those police carriages pulling up outside his shop. So I knew something must have happened there. When we entered Windibank's in the small hours, we disturbed a gang of 2 thugs. They ran out onto the street and I chased after them, but they got away. So it was one of them who shot old Mr. Windibank, I suppose? I don't know, but that's not what the police believe at the moment. Oh, why not? They've arrested someone else as their prime suspect, you see? Gina. Ginny? But why? Well, the thing is... No, Ginny wouldn't do something like that. I know. None of us think she did it. Then why have they arrested her? I'm sorry. There was nothing I could do. So where's Hurley then? Is he still there investigating the scene? He really ought to have some breakfast. It's not good for him to miss meals. I don't want you to worry, Iris, but I have some news about Mr. Shams. He was taken to the hospital this morning. What? Well, when we entered the Windibanks, a gun was fired and he took a bullet. Hurley was shot? No. It's alright. His life isn't in danger. Really? Are you sure? Where is he? Which hospital? He's at St. Siner's. They're tending him there. I must see him. At once. I'm sorry, Iris, but you can't. Why not? That's not fair. I'm a family member. I should be allowed. No, I mean, nobody can see him at the moment. He's a ghost. He's invisible. He's not allowed any visitors. They're preparing to operate, you see. To operate? Oh, poor Hurley. It was the 2 thugs who were in Mr. Windibank's shop. They shot Mr. Shams when we disturbed them, you see. It was pitch black inside the shop at the time. My mind went totally blank, I'm afraid. I just froze. After them! Go!
After that, I ran into the street, but, well, they were long gone. I shouldn't have hesitated. I'm so sorry. It's my fault. I let them get away. I think that's a very good thing. Sorry? Well, if you'd seen which way they went and chased after them, you might have been shot as well, Runo. On top of everything else, I couldn't bear that. Oh, Iris. Where's Susie, Runo? She's still at the police station. Oh, why? I expect she's still being questioned. The police said they wouldn't be finished for a while. Why aren't you there, then? Well, I didn't get a good look at the criminals anyway, so they weren't questioning me for long. And Mrs. Otto stayed behind at the scene to tend to Mr. Sholmes, so they didn't get started until later. Ah, I see. Besides, one of us had to come back to be with Iris. I'm glad Inspector Gregson agreed to me leaving early. You should have let me know, and I would have come to the station. I don't understand why they arrested Ginny. It's not fair. What about the two thugs that were at the scene? Why aren't they the prime suspects? After all, they shot Hurley dead, didn't they? No, I mean, Mr. Sholmes isn't dead, Iris. Ah, this is all so horrible. The thing is, Mr. Winterbank was found on the floor in the storeroom where he keeps all the deposited articles. And the storeroom door was locked from the inside. I see. But he wasn't alone in there. Gina was found next to him on the floor as well. Oh no. And according to the detectives who investigated afterwards... Don't tell me. There was no one else in the room? Yes, exactly. How did you know? It's the only explanation. Yes, the only explanation indeed. What do you mean by that, Runo? What can I say? I'm damned if I agree, damned if I don't. I'm afraid I'll need to go out again now, Iris. What'd she say? Oh, just well, okay. There's not much I can do at the moment, but I can at least try to find out how Mr. Sholmes and Gina are getting on. I want to go too. Take me with you, Runo. I can't stand just sitting around here waiting. I'm not sure how I feel about taking a 10-year-old child to the scene of a murder. But I don't want to leave her all alone here either. Alright then, Iris. Perhaps you can help me. Oh yes, I'd love to. Gina's at the prison. Mr. Sholmes is probably in his hospital bed. And don't forget we have to visit the crime scene. We need to conduct a thorough investigation. Ah, I can see you're ready for action. I imagine Iris would appreciate going to the hospital sooner rather than later. Even though he's not taking visitors. Hurley! Oh! He's not here. No, that's strange. The nurse definitely said he was in the bed by the window, didn't she? Ooh, I know what's probably happened. Hurley was being a big baby, and the bullet wound wasn't that bad after all, so he's been sent home. I'm not so sure about that. Baby or not, there's no question that it was a fairly serious injury that Mr. Sholmes suffered. Man, way to make a 10-year-old girl not worry, Ryunosuke. Oh.
Hello, what have we here? This ward is off limits, no visiting, so what are you doing in here, eh?
Well, I'll have you know. We're Hurley's next of kin.
Eh? Oh, well, begging your pardon then, ma'am. Sir? A little lady and a curious Eastern gentleman. The great mystery solver has a mysterious family, eh?
If that's how you see us, sure. Where is he, Constable? Where's Hurley?
I believe he's currently in the operating theater, ma'am, undergoing an extensive operation.
Extensive?
It's just been several hours since he went in.
Oh dear. Is he going to be alright?
Well, it don't appear to be working, you see. The anesthetic, that is.
Oh.
I have heard a report that the gentleman claims he may have had a little too much to drink last night. Coffee, that is. Anyway, I think it would be fair to assume that he won't be back here for several hours yet.
I see. Thank you, Constable. Perhaps we should leave and come back later. Oh, poor Early. This must be Mr. Sholm's bed. Poor Early. I know. It looks as stiff as a board, doesn't it? Oh, I don't think that will bother him. No? I often find him asleep face down on the floor, completely dead to the world. I think I'd call the police if I discovered someone like that. There's a notice board on the wall here. Look. Let's see. What does it say? Thought of the day. On seeing any vermin, calmly and discreetly inform matron. Oh yes, they have rats and mice in hospitals like this that love to feast on all the medicine. If you don't deal with them, there's nothing left to treat the patients. Rats and mice? Oh, I see. This is a rather old building, I suppose. But the doctors and nurses are all very good, I hear. I certainly hope so for Mr. Sholm's sake. I wonder what these are. Do you have any idea, Iris? Oh, haven't you ever seen crutches before? Let me explain. They're for people with leg injuries, to help them walk. You hold one under each arm, you see. Ah, right. I thought they were weapons of some sort. Why would there be weapons in a hospital? I thought maybe a fighter had been injured in a battle contest and been brought here along with his weapons. That's surprisingly plausible. If we find a good character for it, sure. Hello, Gina. No need to shoot me.
I'll catch up.
Oh, you still have the grenade launcher Hurley and I made. I wish you wouldn't point it at me all the time, though.
What are you here for?
Ginny? I have a feeling it's because of us that you've ended up in trouble. So we were thinking that we might be able to help you. Huh? Well, you can't. Sorry?
Yeah, get lost.
Don't be like that, Ginny. I know you didn't do it. You'd never shoot someone. I just know you wouldn't.
You think you know me? Pull the other one.
Oh. You ain't got the first idea about the likes of me. I'm a thief. I pinch people's purses when they're walking down the street.
That's all I get by.
And if I saw me chance, I'd sneak into a pawn shop any day of the week.
Just to see what I could lay my hands on. Get it? That's the kind of person I am.
But Ginny.
I'll be in court tomorrow, they said. Some cove came by before and said he'd be a lawyer for me or the like. Said it was my right or something. Well, I told him to get stuffed. I don't need no lawyer. I don't need no one.
She couldn't be staring at me any more obviously if she tried. Why are you being like this, Ginny? I don't understand, Gina. Why did you send the public defender away?
He wanted me to sign some papers, representation papers or something like that. It's all gonna be rigged anyway, the whole trial. They'll pin it on me because I'm a kid. That's what grown-ups always do.
Why do you think that?
Because that's how it's always been for me, growing up in the back slums. Me whole life. If you do what the grown-ups tell you, it'll get your mates dragged off by the coppers, or worse. I've had it happen to me before and all. Been sold out and nearly snaffled on the back of it. You can't trust no one, that's the point. As soon as you do, you're gonna grass.
Gina, listen. What'd she say? Dead. If you like, in tomorrow's trial, I could...
Forget it.
Ginny, don't you trust Ryuno?
Nah, I don't. Look, I'll ask you nicely now. Just leave me alone.
Will you tell us what happened, Gina? Last night at the pawnbroker's.
There's nothing to tell. I figured it'd pay me, so I broke into the place and started going through the storeroom. But the old bloke walked in on me and you know the rest.
But why, Ginny? Why would you do that? Ain't it obvious? The place is full of stuff I could sell for a shilling or two. Diving ain't easy, you know. It's a lot of work, and half the time you don't even get nothing. Is that really why you broke into the place? What? Are you sure the true reason wasn't something else? Oh, give it a rest. What'd be the point anyway? Hey, nothing I could say would make a blind bit of difference. Please tell us, Ginny. We'll believe you, whatever it is. Believe me? Don't be daft. You can't be believing nothing. Everyone lies all the time. Ain't you know what? When it comes to liars, I'm the biggest of the lot. I've told some unforgivable lies, I have. What do you mean by that? What unforgivable lies? Maybe related to the Magnus McGilded case. What did you mean before, Gina, when you said they were the biggest liar of the lot? Why don't you tell us what these unforgivable lies you've told are? Maybe we can help. Sorry. Well, out of time. They're gonna want to question me now. Ginny, please. Oh, yeah. I want to give you this. Something to remember me by. A photographic print of a really adorable cat. How do you know Van Zieks isn't prosecuting? They haven't said who is. I'll find it in one of the pockets of this coat. Ain't no point in me having it. I wonder what a little photograph like that was doing in a pocket of that overcoat. Anyway, don't bother coming again. Bye. Oh, Ginny. The white cat photograph has been entered into the court record. What do we have here? Look on the back of this print here. There's something written on it. 13th of February, 9 p.m. Article deposited 1 small box. A public defender offered to defend Gina. That's a fair point. Loan amount paid 10 shillings. Redemption deadline 13th of April, 9 p.m. So this photographic print is a redemption ticket? 13th of February, that could be significant. It was just 2 days before the murder on the omnibus, wasn't it? A small box. That doesn't tell us much about it, though, does it? I don't know. If Mr. McGilded stores the ticket, then presumably he never redeemed the article. So do you think the box might still be present somewhere in the shop? Ah, yes. If it's something Mr. McGilded deposited, we need to investigate. Alright. See you later. I'll be back later. I'm gonna go back to the brokery. So, Egg, the reason that implies no Van Zieks is because all the public defenders are afraid of Van Zieks because he always wins. So, in the past 2 cases that Van Zieks has prosecuted, no public defender has agreed to defend the defendant, which is why we did it both times. So, if a public defender agreed to defend Gina, that probably means that Van Zieks isn't prosecuting. But we'll see. It could also just be, you know, an inconsistency. This is where it happened then, last night. That's right. The 2 thugs I told you about were obviously ransacking the place looking for valuables. But, apart from the policemen in here, you wouldn't know anything had happened. There's no sign of a disturbance. No, you're right about that, actually. That's not true. In fact, if anyone, it's the police who seem to be the ones doing the ransacking. I know what you mean. They're like a gang of organized criminals all dressed in black. Oi, I heard that! Oh. Yeah, basically. Oh, Inspector, good morning.
I suppose I ought to thank you for your vigilance last night. We got to the scene before it was disturbed at least. Shame you let the 2 rogues get away, mind.
Yes, I'm sorry about that. I thought you'd be assigned extra men to the beat around here, Gregsy. Now look what's happened.
Hurley's been injured because there weren't enough police on duty.
Oh! Your ladyship! No one told me you were coming.
I expect you to take full responsibility for what happened to Hurley and see he has the very best medical care.
Of course, your ladyship. The very best doctors in the capital are tending to him as we speak.
And I don't think it's Ryuno's fault that the rogues managed to get away, is it? Chasing criminals is the police's job.
Absolutely, your ladyship. As you say, ma'am, as you say. The Judge in Black is totally blameless. Everyone's in agreement about that.
Would you believe it? He's like a completely different person with Iris. Talk about a personality change. Basically, Egg, since Iris writes the stories about Sholmes and she writes the police in, they all basically like kind of like worship her because she so that she makes them look good instead of making them look bad, and she like pays them for using them in her stories. So they all have a very heightened opinion of her.
Oh, Wehrman Manners, are you thirsty, your ladyship? Perhaps you'd like some juice? Some nice, refreshing fruit juice.
Oh, why? Are you thirsty, Gregsy?
Damn, you know he thirsty.
I have some of my special herb tea with me, if you'd like some.
Ah, lovely. Thank you very much. That really hit the spot, your ladyship.
I don't even recognize him like this. Alright, Gregson. Let's talk. Actually, before we talk, let's do some investigating. So definitely see some stuff happening.
Alright then, let's see what we can uncover.
Oi, what do you think you're doing, Sunshine? You can't touch anything in here.
Oh, but we were hoping to investigate.
This is a crime scene, for Pete's sake. No touching.
Simp for child, indeed.
What's the problem, Gregsy? Runa's a lawyer, you know that.
No, I'm ever so sorry, your ladyship. Ever so sorry. The rules and regulations are a thorn in my side. Of course, if Mr. Naruhodo has been properly appointed by the accused, that'd be another matter.
The accused?
If you could show me some representation papers, I'd be only too happy to let you nose around.
Did you hear that, Runo? You need Ginny to sign some representation papers.
Looks like presenting the detective here with the correct paperwork is the only way. Alright. Last thing was Gina. Okay, so basically, to go back through, Sholmes has been shot. Gina was in the locked storeroom with the body of Mr. Windybank. So she's the primary suspect. We want to defend her. She won't let us defend her. Sholmes is in the hospital right now, getting treated. They can't put him under anesthesia right now because he had too much coffee last night. And so we want to investigate the scene of the crime. Gregson here is simping. And I want to say there's one other thing. We have a note here from inside McGilded's pocket that shows that is a ticket for a small box that he deposited 2 days before the omnibus murder. That should about cover it. So how's the investigation going, Inspector?
Nothing to it, really. Very simple case, this. There's some very definitive evidence. We're just about to charge that diver we arrested last night, in fact.
Gina, you're gonna charge her?
That's right. Should be able to bring her before the judge at the Bailey tomorrow.
Definitive evidence, you say? What is it? Come on, show me.
Your ladyship, as much as I wish I could oblige you, I'm afraid.
Ah, I see. You've already captured the pair of thugs who broke in here last night, have you?
What the?
And you're going to put them on the stand as witnesses, are you?
How could you? How could you possibly know that?
I had a feeling, that's all. I had a feeling, that's all. Remind me to never try to keep a secret from Iris. So you've arrested the two men who shot Mr. Sholmes, have you?
Well, yes. They were rounded up pretty quickly by the lads on the beat.
And Miss Lestrade is being held at the prison?
She should be. That's assuming she hasn't lifted the key from the jailer, of course.
Can you tell us anything about Mr. Sholmes? What's his condition?
Sorry, I'm not at liberty to divulge that information. Scotland Yard matters are strictly confidential.
Well, I know he's being operated on at St. Denis. Why can't I see him? I'm family, you know.
I'm terribly sorry, your ladyship. It's the hospital's policy. No vision at all.
Oh,
The bullet must have hit an artery in his midriff. He's lost a fair bit of blood.
oh no.
He didn't seem too bad in the first hour or so. But a hemorrhage like that is enough to make even the one and only Sholmes piped out.
Mr. Sholmes is a human like the rest of us, you know.
Well, anyway, he's having emergency surgery right now. They gotta stop that bleeding.
But he will be alright, won't he? They'll be able to make him better?
Of course, your ladyship. He'll be as right as rain before you know it.
Really? How do you know?
How do I know? Well, because, of course... yes, because Mr. Sholmes is such a great detective, that's why.
We'd better pray the doctors have a better grasp of what's needed to make someone well again. Oh dear, please don't die early.
I'll report to your ladyship the moment I hear he's out of the operation theater.
She wasn't there for it. Nope, she's never been around for the dance. The dance of deduction. I couldn't help noticing, Inspector.
What? Out with it, sunshine.
Well, there seems to be a marked difference between the way you talk to me and Iris.
Watch the sauce, Sonny. I'm a cop, but we don't go for favoritism.
But he's right, you do treat us differently.
It's because of those Adventures of Hairlock Sholmes stories, that's why.
Oh.
I crop up in them, don't I, Inspector Tobias Gregson?
Oh, well, yes, because you're an acquaintance of Hurley's. What did you write about the Inspector, Iris? I don't remember really.
It was one of the Sholmes lines. Gregson's the smartest of the Scotland Yarders. Here's how he put it.
Oh, did I write that?
And you know what that one line did for me? Hey! The very next month my pay doubled! Doubled, I tell you!
Oh, that's amazing.
All because everyone at the yard reads them. They all read the Hairlock Sholmes stories. They've even set up a fair club for me.
Of course, that explains everything. It was around that time that you became such a toady to me.
Can you blame me? All it takes is one bad word from you and the Sholmes could change his tune about me. Gregson? No, the great detective will say. He's getting quite overrated these days. Think what would happen to my salary if that came out per day.
The truth about the simpage.
That thing gives me the willies. I can't tell you how many nights of sleep I've lost worrying about it.
But that would never happen, Gregsy.
Every month when the new Rance magazine comes out, my hands are trembling as I turn the pages.
Oh, how awful for you. Here, have some of my tea to settle your nerves.
Lovely. Tell very much. That really hit the spot, your ladyship.
Teetotal.
Yeah, there's something I was supposed to talk to you about, actually, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, what is it?
I got an important message for you. I clean forgot about it till now.
Important message. I wonder what it could be. Are you gonna tell me what this important message is then, Inspector?
Yeah, it's about that young lady who's normally by your side, your assistant.
Dear Susie, is she alright?
She's at the station,
She's at the station, isn't she being questioned, I believe?
Nope, not anymore. She had to head off.
Head off? Where?
To Lord Strongheart's office, of course. He summoned her.
Ah, yes, of course. I had forgotten about that.
One of the Webstocks took her there in the yard carriage after we finished up questioning her. But she asked us to tell you that she didn't have the fare to return's journey and to go meet her there. She's got a nerve, using Scotland Yard as a bloomin' messages service.
I see. Well, thank you for passing all that on, Inspector. Why did Susie have to go and see the Lord Chief Justice? She didn't tell me. But I'd better head over to the Lord Chief Justice's office to fetch her straight away. Alright. A new location has been added. Yes. No matter... Oh, yeah, I forgot to mention the telegram that she got in the morning was from Lord Strongheart. I always get the same sense of oppressiveness somehow. Do you think the place is oppressive? I think it's normal. How so? I mean, look at that suit of armor over there. You can't take that seriously, can you? Maybe it thinks the same about you.
So everything is clear with regards to tomorrow's arrangements, I trust.
Yes, thank you very much. There they are, Susato-san and Lord Strongheart. I wonder what they're talking about. They both look very serious.
Very good. There is nothing further to discuss. You may return to your lodgings. No doubt you have much to do in preparation for your return to your homeland.
Ooh. Wait, what did he just say? Your return to your homeland. Susato-san. Oh, it's our low poly bird friends. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. What's all that about?
Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, thank you for coming to collect your colleague.
What's all this about? Why are you talking about Miss Suzato's return to her homeland? And... tomorrow? Tomorrow? But what about Ginny's trial? You mean... she's been formally charged now? Oh dear. Miss Susato, what's all this about? Oh, please don't concern yourself, Mr. Naruhodo. It's only me going back to Japan. Your life here can continue just as it has. That's not what I asked! What happened? Why are you leaving? It's my father. He's fallen ill. Oh no! Professor Mikotaba.
If I may.
Yes, sorry.
You must be the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe.
Yes, that's right.
My name is Eugene Mikotaba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yubei University. We received an international telegram from the Empire of Japan informing us of the news.
10 days ago, Father collapsed with a fever. The cause is apparently unknown, and it seems he grows weaker day by day. I don't believe it.
As you are aware, the voyage from here to your country's capital, Tokyo, takes some 50 days. I thought it would be prudent to hasten Miss Susato's departure as much as possible.
Yes, absolutely. I will leave London first thing tomorrow morning. I can't believe this is happening. So Gina has been charged? She'll have to appear in court? Yes, she was formally charged a few hours ago, and the date of the trial has already been set for tomorrow. No, not even 24 hours later?
Gina. Ah, the Lestrade girl and the murder of the Baker Street pawnbroker, yes. In an all too transsuspicious case, the pickpocket was clearly disturbed mid-robbery and shot the man in panic. No, the yard is overstretched as it is without wasting time on these open and shut cases.
It's not wasting time. Ginny would never do something like that.
Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, yes, Lord Strongheart?
In deference of your fine services to date, I shall overlook this young girl's insolence. But I have no recollection of admitting a child into my office. Leave now.
Of course, Lord Strongheart.
Criminals will tell the most palpable lies in order to evade justice. The police can ill afford the time it takes to unravel all their untruths. Meanwhile, more crimes are perpetrated. We have far more serious matters with which to contend.
Serious matters? Didn't Gregson mention something like that yesterday? Yes, Inspector Gregson made a similar remark yesterday.
It's no concern of yours, though I'm sure I need not remind you of that. "3 minutes precisely until my next meeting. You must excuse me."
There's just one more thing, Lord Strongheart.
Which is?
It's Miss Lestrade's trial. I wonder if you might permit me to defend her?
A timely suggestion.
Sorry?
The girl currently has no representation.
But that's not fair. Yes, she may be a pickpocket, but she still deserves a fair trial.
Do not misunderstand me, young lady. The government provides for those too poor to afford representation with a public defender. The accused need only sign the relevant paperwork, and a defense barrister will be assigned to the case. However, the young girl in question has refused that right.
Why would you do that?
A question you would do well to direct at Miss Lestrade. You'll find her at the local prison.
Yes, thank you.
Hi.
Oh, welcome back. You're back an hour earlier than anticipated.
It's true. It actually ended 2 hours earlier, 3 hours earlier than expected.
Oh.
But all the dining halls closed early today, and I didn't realize that.
Oh,
so I had
no.
to go walking across the city looking for places that were open.
What'd you get?
A gyro.
A gyro. Gyro. You're Coral.
Yeah, I'm Coral now.
I love gyros. I called them gyros for a very long time, but now I just call them gyros because that's what everyone calls them. And I say gyro, and people will be like, "What are you talking about?"
I've never met somebody who actually thinks they're called gyros.
I think, yeah, I mean, yeah, because hero here is just like sort of just means sandwich, and like specifically the Greek sandwich is like called a gyro because it's like you like rotate it on the spit or whatever, and so it's like, yeah, so it's like gyroscopic or whatever. I've always called them heroes because that's you know how it's pronounced over there, but every time I say that here, people just be like, "You mean gyro?" So I just started saying gyro.
Really?
Yeah. Huh. I have a fun history with them. I love them. They're great. We have a deli near College Park that's really good.
Nice. I had to explain what a gyro even is to this hungry French grad student who I met, who just transferred to my college. He was like, "Is my English any good? What's America like? What is this?"
So, to catch you up, Blanks, on what's happened, when did you leave?
It's 6:45 my time, 7:45 yours, so a little over an hour.
No, what
ago.
what was the last thing? Do you remember?
Oh. The dude put a gun to his head at the market, to get Sholmes to stop being a Karen. Or at least that's what we were joking about.
That's literally the first thing that happened in this story.
Yeah. No, I was there in like the first 30 minutes and then I left.
Okay. Yeah, Stormy, you did just say everyone in New York just says, and then you just wrote the word hero/gyro without any pronunciation help.
Thank you, Stormy.
This is like when somebody writes in text, tomato.
I didn't just get a gyro either. I got a gyro and pita chips.
Nice.
Sorry, I got hummus and pita chips.
Hell yeah. What a day. Gina charged with murder. Suzato-san about to leave. Sholmes shot.
Wait, huh?
You missed the logic extraordinaire. That's so sad.
Wait, did he get shot?
Yeah, Sholmes is shot. Yeah.
Is he dead?
No, he's in the operating room right now.
Oh shit.
And we did
Putting
a little
the hole in Sholmes.
we did a little dance with him, and we accused a guy named Eggert Benedict of being a thief.
Was he, or was Sholmes just a dumbass?
No, Sholmes predicted that he was going to dig into the sewers and then commit a bank robbery. When what actually happened is he was just trying to steal a coat.
Oh.
We must make haste. And then he fucking did a smart thing, and he saved the imprint of an object in a piece of caramel before handing it to the police.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say he did a smart thing and got shot.
Oh no, he did a thing and got shot. But Susie, you're leaving for Japan tomorrow morning, aren't you? Don't you have packing and things to do? As Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, my personal circumstances are of no consequence. My sole purpose remains to help you in whatever way I can. Thank you, Miss Suzato. That's a very pensive look. I think we ought to visit Gina first. In any case, I should like to wish her well before I leave. Yes, that sounds like a good idea. Let's go. If I'm honest, this has completely thrown me off. I'll just have to do what I can as a lawyer.
I'm gonna mute myself while I eat.
Do it.
I'll be in chat.
I got pad thai for dinner. I haven't eaten it yet. It's waiting for me after stream. Yeah, do you say, like, H? Like, do you say hero, like Omni-Man? Or do you say gyro, like gyroscope? Hello again, Gina. Why did they let you keep that in prison? Why did they still let you have that gun? What you lot here for now? To have the muzzle of that grenade launcher shoved in our faces yet again, obviously. I think I need to improve the way you load ammunition into that thing, don't I? Look, you can come as many times as you like, but I ain't got nothing more to say to you. Gina, I wonder if you might hear me out. There's something I'd like to say. What? Yeah, that's basically what happens to me, Stormy, is when I say Euro, they confuse them. Sorry to say, I must reluctantly bid you farewell. Farewell? Tomorrow I must begin my journey back home, to Japan. I fear we may never meet again. Oh, right. I've had the pleasure of meeting so many lovely people here in London. I have so many wonderful memories. And yet, as things stand now, it will be a glum parting indeed. Poor Iris is so miserable. Susie? Well, that ain't my business. Both Iris and Mr. Naruhodo believe you to be innocent, Gina. They've put their faith in you. But somehow, you can't find it in your heart to put your faith in them. Yeah, that's right, I can't. What of it? It grieves me greatly to have to say goodbye to my friends when they are so clearly unhappy. Because of you.
What? It's my fault?
Yes. So I have one final request, Gina, before our paths never cross again. Right here and now, I want you to show both of them that you don't deserve the faith they've invested in you. Only by doing that will you truly be as alone as you claim to be.
What are you talking about?
What do you expect me to do, eh? You've told us that everyone lies. So prove it by admitting one of your own untruths. What about what you said before, Ginny? You said something about unforgivable lies. You must tell Mr. Naruhodo and Iris the truth now. That is my last request before I leave. My last request as a judicial assistant.
No, I can't.
Whatever these lies are, they're obviously weighing very heavily on Gina's mind. Gina, I could be wrong, but is it something to do with what happened 2 months ago? Something about that trial? The one in which Magnus McGilded was acquitted? The case of that mysterious murder that took place inside the omnibus. You were called as a witness by the prosecution. Is that what this is about?
Yeah, you're right.
Because in that trial, I lied. I lied like you wouldn't believe. Will you tell us about it now? Like you said, it all happened 2 months ago. The coppers got hold of me and shoved me in the witness stand. And based on your testimony, Mr. McGilded was declared innocent. Yeah, well, the thing is, I lied about a whole bunch of stuff. Knew it. What sort of thing did you lie about? I was hiding under the seat that night. That was the truth. It was pitch black in that little cubbyhole. I couldn't see a thing. And then I heard that loud thud, like someone falling on the floor. And that's when Mr. McGilda discovered you?
Yeah. He pulled me out from under the seat and sat me down next to the dead man. There weren't much light to see by, but when I looked at my hands, I had a cove's blood all over them. I was so scared, I couldn't even speak.
You had his blood on your hands. In other words, it was Gina that the witnesses on the roof deck saw through the skylight.
Then Mr. McGill started asking you questions, I suppose. Who you were and why you were hiding under the seat.
Yeah, he did. Only, that's not at all. What do you mean?
I mean, he threatened me.
Threatened you how?
He made me swear about what I'd seen and what I'd heard. About what we was going to do after the cove was found dead. He made me swear I wouldn't tell no one about any of it. If I did that, he said he'd let me scarp it before the coppers showed up.
Gina, you must tell me what he swore you to secrecy about. What you saw, what you heard, everything. You said Mr. McGilden made you swear not to tell anybody what you saw, but you were in the pitch-black compartment under the seat the whole time, weren't you?
Yes, with Mr. McGilden sitting above your head, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, that's true, but it was when I heard the thud of the cove hitting the floor. I let out a little scream, see? Couldn't help it. Mr. McGilden heard that and dragged me out by the arm, and that's when I saw it. He was on the floor next to the old geezer wall I'd been stabbed. A disc, all bright and shiny. A disc? Do you mean?
Yeah, that's it. The one what the D took me off at Windybanks.
So the music box disc was there, on the floor of the omnibus?
Not for long. Mr. McGilden spotted it straight away. He picked it up smartish and stuffed it in his inside pocket.
So that disc was in the omnibus 2 months ago at the scene of Mr. Mason's murder.
And the bog trotter told me I wasn't to mutter a word of it to no one. Cause it was so dark under that seat in the cab, I was straining my ears the whole time. After a while, I heard the door and footsteps inside the cabin.
Presumably that was Mr. McGilda getting on board.
Nah, not only him.
Oh!
Because I could definitely make out the footsteps of 2 people.
In that case, it would seem likely that it was Mr. McGilda and the victim, Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason.
In his testimony during the trial, Mr. McGilda claimed he slept during the carriage ride.
But whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness, and I always succumb to it.
In your own testimony, Gina supported his.
All I could hear was the Irishman snoring.
Yeah, that wasn't exactly true.
Neither of them was asleep. I could hear him talking the whole time in low voices.
What? What were they talking about?
Sorry, I don't know. The sound of the horses and the wheels was too loud.
But that still tells us something. Mr. McGilda and the victim knew each other. So McGilda was lying, as I suspected.
I knew it wasn't going to take long before someone raised the alarm that the bloke had been killed.
Yes, you were quite right. The other passengers on the roof deck noticed very quickly.
So when the cab came to a stop, Mr. McGilda told me to hide back under the seat again. I climbed in and waited. The 2 ghosts from up top ran to get the coppers.
Yes, Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First.
Right. After they'd gone, Mr. McGilda asked the driver to do him a favor.
A favor? Oh my god, I can't believe fucking he was also lying.
Now there, fella, what I need you to do is take this coat of mine and deposit it with a nearby pawnbroker. And for your troubles, let's see now. I'll give you 10 guineas.
A nearby pawnbroker? You mean on Baker Street?
Yup, you got it. It was Windybanks. The coachee snapped up the money and ran off to pop this coat as fast as he could. So there was no one left in the carriage. Mr. McGilda opened the box under the seat and let me get out of there, but not without conditions.
I see. What were Mr. McGold's conditions then? For letting you go free, I mean.
Not telling a soul, not for anything, about what I saw and what I heard. And that there was something else as well.
There's more?
Yeah, this is the most important thing, he said.
I'm gonna have to send the...
Hi.
Hi.
I'm
Welcome
done with
back.
the crunchy part of my meal.
Nice. I might have to send the coachman on a little errand for me with some small change in his hand. Now then, did you hear what I asked of him? Did you see anything at all? You asked him to pop over your weasel, right? Aye. The fiend's taking my overcoat to deposit with a pawnbroker hereabouts. I want you lads to take the redemption ticket for it. Do you understand? What? You want me to have the ticket? That's right. I'll come and fetch it from you later, sometime within the next 2 months. You're to hang on to it until then. Is that clear? And whatever you do, don't lose it.
Alright then.
And in case I might happen to be delayed and all, you're to go to the pawn shop, Winterbank, so it is, and you're to extend the loan afore the 2 months is up. If you forget, the article will be forfeited and your fiend can come along and buy it.
But I ain't got that kind of brass.
Here's £5. That should be enough. Do we understand each other, lads? Don't try anything funny now, if you will go against me.
Yeah, I get it.
Good. And one more thing. In a few days from now, you'll be visited by the police, I've no doubt.
The coppers?
They'll come asking you to take the stand in court to testify as a witness. So let's just have a wee chat about that, shall we? What it is that ye might say, and what it is that ye won't.
Oh, it all makes sense now.
After he'd gone over it all, I piked it, got as far away from there as I could. I hid the pawnbroker's ticket in some bushes near the scene. I went to fetch it the next day once it got dark. So Mr. McGill had planned it, and coerced Gina into giving false testimony.
This dude's just going for all the crimes at once.
Yeah, he's dead now, though.
Oh, well,
Bet you're ready to string me up, eh? I lied in that big old courtroom. I told some corkers. The thing is, you say we would make it so we couldn't live in the East End no more.
No, Cabello, I guess we're not, but I think he is. I think a body double would be pretty difficult given his stature and given, you know, that the police found the body. I guess it's possible, but I think it is him. That's my opinion, at least. That's what he threatened me with. But he could very well still be alive.
What a wicked man. He knew everything what went in the back slums. He knew he had no one to look after us, and we was all just looking out for each other, getting by together. See, I mean, Mr. McGilded would have... In a heartbeat, he could have had a lot of us chased out of there if he wanted. And then where we have gone, eh? No, that's where. So, I didn't have no choice. Thank you, Gina, for telling us everything. But, I'm for it now, eh? Go on, admit it. You must be livid.
Well, you can make amends by doing me a simple favor.
A favor? What?
Sign the representation papers for tomorrow's trial.
Eh?
If you don't actually want me to represent you in court, you can rip it up later. But we need that paperwork or we can't investigate. The police won't let us.
Investigate what?
The scene of the incident last night. Mr. Sholmes was shot, you see.
You what?
Ellie's having a big operation right now, Ginny.
Is it bad? Is he gonna be alright? Sholmes gonna be alright, right?
That's why I want to investigate, for Mr. Sholmes' sake as much as anything.
Right. So what you're saying is, if I sign that bit of paper, everyone's happy, is that it?
Something like that. Mrs. Otto?
Yes, of course.
I mean, she has to appear in court after that.
I have the representation papers here.
I don't need no one to stick up for me, though. No lawyer, nothing.
And dental records, true.
Poor Ginny, she seems so lonely.
Well, at least this should mean we can investigate the St. Windibanks now.
Yes, and perhaps we can come back to visit Ginny when we're done there.
I feel like we've finally cracked Gina. She's opened up to us at last. And now I have her representation papers. No one else knows just what a responsibility that is. Anyway, for now, it means Inspector Gregson can't stop us investigating at Windibanks. Although, something tells me he's not going to be happy about it. Here we are again at the scene of the crime. Now to thrust these representation papers in Gregson's face and see what he makes of them. Hello again, Inspector. Do you have a minute, please?
What is it now? You should go home and get some rest.
Here you are, Grexy. Here are the representation papers.
Your ladyship! How? I don't believe it! How the devil did you get that stubborn little ragabash to sign that? I salute you. That is good work, that is.
I can see you've been very busy here as well. How about some tea? It's a special blend designed to relieve fatigue.
What's the relationship between these two? Is she nobility or what?
No,
Why
so
does he call
basically,
her ladyship?
so the reason he acts like a toady to her is because she is the one who writes the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes stories in Rant's magazine that everybody reads.
Only somewhat fictional.
Yeah, which are only somewhat fictional. And she's the one who writes them, and she, in one of the issues, basically had Herlock Sholmes say that, you know, Gregson is like the smartest person in Scotland Yard, and everyone at Scotland Yard started like basically simping for him, and like his pay got doubled, and like there's a fan club for him now, and so now he basically like completely simps for her, because if she writes something negative about him, he's gonna lose all that, and he's super scared of that.
That's hilarious. Wait, that's very good. Did she just pick like one dude from Scotland Yard she ran into and is like, yeah,
I think probably because Gregson and Sholmes like have worked together before, so it's probably, you know, Sholmes mentioned, oh yeah, I was working with Gregson, and she probably just wrote that because it's like, yeah.
Okay. That's very good.
And he's just like, I cannot lose the favor of Scotland Yard, and I cannot lose my double pay, so I need to make sure she never writes anything negative about me. So he basically just simps for her.
Yes, I hardly feel tired at all. I'm as fit as a fiddle, your ladyship.
Would it be alright if we investigated the scene of the crime then?
Do as you please. You know where it happened. Through that door behind the counter.
Yes, the storeroom. And that's where I discovered Mr. Windibank and Gina.
Right, well, I'll be getting back to business then.
Will you be investigating in the storeroom as well, Inspector?
If I'm perfectly honest, we need to wrap this up before long. Can't afford to spend too much time on it. But there are so many articles to go through, it's taking forever, even with the lads working around the clock. Which is a problem, because there's another case the yard needs to investigate urgently.
That must be what Lord Stronghart meant by far more serious matters before.
So what I'm saying is, don't get onto my feet, sunshine!
Come then. Let us not waste any time.
I'll be doing exactly that. Thanks much.
Alright, time to read every line of dialogue instead of not wasting any time.
Ah, look here. Oh yes, a bullet hole. And I can see the bullet is still lodged in the wall. Presumably Mr. Windibank wasn't practicing with his revolver in his spare time.
Ah, well. Mr. Sholmes likes to practice in his drawing room whenever he can. He's very patriotic like that.
Sorry?
It's all there in the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, you know? Isn't that right, Iris? Ah, did I write something like that? Partly in jest, perhaps. In jest? No, inhale.
Well, he doesn't do it often. It's quite a dangerous pastime. He doesn't do it often. He shouldn't even do it once. Forget that for now, Runo. Let's examine this bullet. What's that around the bullet hole? Blood? Is it blood? Yeah, I think it's blood. Suspicious red stain on the calendar. And also it's on the 16th, which means it was shot after midnight, because he changed it. Ooh. Aha, I may be able to help with that. What? There's nothing like the sight of blood to get the blood pumping, is there, Runo? I have a feeling I'm not as bloody-minded as you, Iris. I'm afraid the sight of blood makes my blood run cold. There you have it, you see? When it comes to blood, we're all different types. Yes,
Thanks.
what a scientific observation. So you need this. Oh no.
A gun!
What is that scary looking thing? We're going to shoot you and see what everyone's blood is like. Early and I haven't actually come up with a name for it yet, but as soon as you see it in action, you'll understand what it does.
Just fucking kills.
Watch.
It turns into Danganronpa blood. Wait.
Oh, the color of the bloodstain has changed. There, does it make sense now? Yes, I think I'm starting to understand. You are? Because I'm not. Good. It works on the principle that different people have different types of blood, you see? Oh, okay. Yes, how wonderful.
Blood type identifier.
Okay. The chemical it fires combines with the blood and makes it change color. So you can identify whose blood it is that you're looking at in a flash. Oh, what a fabulous invention, Iris. Isn't it? Isn't it? I bet Ginny would say it's bleeding great. Fan of puns, is she? So whose blood are we looking at then? Well, I don't know, the Hulk? Someone with green blood. All the chemical does is turn the blood a different color, so just find someone whose blood turns the same color and you'll know who it belongs to in a
Well,
flash.
if they're dead, it will be hard to do that.
It's more like 2 flashes, really, isn't it? 1 flash or 2, this could very well turn out to be a very valuable clue. So we must make note of it in the court record. The blood sample has been entered into the court record. Let's keep testing and adding to the results of any other blood analysis to the portfolio. As long as I have reagent left, sure. Yo, what up, Kappa? This officer has been staring intently at the wall since before we came in here.
Shh, keep it down.
Oh, sorry.
There's a major clue just here.
Really? Then we must tell Grexy at once.
But as soon as I report it, that'll be it. I'll be stuck here even longer.
Stuck here? What do you mean?
I haven't been home in 2 days already. I need another constable to relieve me and take over my shift.
They really have a tough time, the British police. That doesn't stop us investigating, though, does it? No, I suppose not. I'm fairly sure it was the calendar he was peering at. This is that strange contraption that lets you see pictures of things as though they're right in front of your eyes. Makes you think. When Mr. Sholmes gleefully showed it to us yesterday, we were blissfully unaware that any of this was about to happen. Except you and me, who were literally predicting how every single piece of information would come into play.
Yep. Dude, characters with OCD are like destined to get murdered in mystery novels.
I'm fairly sure this contraption was here yesterday as well. Here we are, though I'm not confident I can get it closed again. Oh yes, that's a folding stereoscope. Really? This is a stereoscope? Mr. Sholmes showed us a picture yesterday that you were supposed to be able to see in 3 dimensions. But for that he used the great big contraption over there. Ah, well, that's for use in public houses and places like that. It contains a carousel with all sorts of pictures inside. But this little thing is a much simpler design for use at home. There are special shops selling prints you can use in them. I have a little collection myself. I wonder if I can make money out of these in Japan. It would be keeping my toilet sparkling clean anyway. These shelves are where the pawnbroker puts articles that have been forfeited on display for customers to buy. Yes, it's a really strange miscellany, isn't it? I mean, who would buy this horse statue, for example? Well, sometimes you can find real treasures among all the junk, you know. Are you alright, Runo? Oh, it's just, well, it looks like a collection of useless junk as a whole, but when you pick out individual things, you can't help wishing you owned them. Even that horse statue. That's exactly how the pawnbroker works. They're very clever. The police are scouring every inch of this place by the look of it.
Instructions from the yard are to examine every article in the shop and every ledger in the book of accounts.
Every article? But that's a ridiculous amount of work, surely.
We've been hard at it ever since the shop was declared a crime scene in the early hours. We're stifling through it all in shifts and least, but still, we'd be working through the night, that's for sure, and even then we'll barely have scratched the surface.
A crime and a pawnbrokers. It must be every policeman's worst nightmare.
If every copper's worst nightmare, you know, a crime and the pawnbrokers.
Good. That's a music box. Do you have them where you come from, Runo? Yes, but I've never seen one as large as this in Japan. Oh, well, this will be a treat. Shall we have a little listen? What do you think? Isn't it a pretty sound? It's a beautiful sound, yes, but it's a little hard to enjoy when all the policemen in the room are giving you fierce looks. Never mind that. If any of them say anything, I'll tell Gregsy to have a word. Iris Wilson, Superintendent of Scotland Yard. There's the article ledger here and Mr. Winnebeck's notes, and... What's this? It looks as though someone has left a little photographic print behind. Oh, look on the back. There's some writing. Is there? Oh, show us, Susie. Show us. That's the same picture we have. 15th of February, 10:30 p.m. Article deposited. 1 gentleman's overcoat. Loan amount paid, £1. Redemption deadline, 15th of April. A gentleman's overcoat pawned for £1. Clearly it was a very fine coat. In fact, I think... Yes, this must be the ticket for the overcoat that Ginny redeemed yesterday. And is still wearing. Which belonged to Mr. McGillid. I would never have expected the redemption ticket to just be handwritten on the back of a photograph, though. You're supposed to use that and be like, wait, I've seen that picture. Maybe I should look at the back of the one that I have, but I've already done that. I'm ahead of the game.
You're incredible, dude.
I'm pretty great. But this photograph of a cat, it looks very familiar, doesn't it? I'm sure I've seen this exact same picture. Yeah, it's in your court record. Oh, yes, you're right. Very recently. It's the same as the one Ginny gave it. Wow, they really just spelled it out, huh? Of course, I was forgetting that she gave us that print. What are you waiting for, Mr. Naruhodo? Get it out. All right. I literally have already done it. I've done this. They really are spelling it out word for word, huh? I've got it. These 2 photographs hide an amazing secret. A secret? What does she mean? You must tell us, Iris, at once. Do you really, really, really want to know? Yes, we need you to tell us all you know about this pair of photographs. No, we've already done this. Sorry, it's about these 2 photographic prints. The ones we found here on Mr. Winnebank's counter and the one Gina gave us before. What is this amazing secret you mentioned that's in between these 2 identical prints? Actually, that's not quite right. Sorry? If you look carefully, the 2 prints aren't the same. Not exactly. They're not. Have another look at them now. Is there a difference? I feel like I'm playing Spot the Difference.
They're the same picture.
The cat's looking in a different direction. Just slightly different from each other. I think so. It's very subtle though. It's like the cat's at a different angle. What's the reason for the subtle difference between the 2 prints? Ah, well, it's because they're a set, you see. No, I don't.
Animation?
This pair of photographs is meant to be used in a stereoscope. Everyone in London is raving about them at the moment. Ah, stereoscope. Why do I feel as though I've heard that word before recently? Because we just talked about it!
Dumbass!
Oh yes, that's
Remember when he called it black magic? Like, come on. Or did she call it?
She called it black magic.
Okay.
See, there it is, just over there. Ah yes, of course, that magical machine that makes pictures look almost real enough to touch. Well, actually, it's quite possible to see the same depth in pictures even without one of those contraptions. What, really?
Do you know how a pair of flat photographic prints can appear to have any depth in the first place?
No, I have no idea.
Oh, wonderful. Then I'll be able to tell you.
She's over the moon, bless her. Should we let her explain, though? We really need to carry on investigating the scene.
I, for one, simply have to know. Have you ever considered, Runo, how our eyes see depth in the world around us?
Well, I just opened them, and it works.
But the reason it works is because we have 2 eyes.
2 eyes. Shocking.
If you try closing just one eye at a time, I think you'll see straight away.
Yeah, I'll just see straight away with the one eye and not the other one.
What you see with your left eye, and what you see with your right eye, are ever so slightly different. You get a different view with each eye. Yes, the position of objects seems to shift slightly. Exactly. And in your head, your brain uses that shift to estimate depth as it merges the 2 views into one. That's how we can sense depth in everything we see.
My brain really is amazing, isn't it? It does so much without telling me.
Ah, I think I see. So the pair of photographs consists of a left eye view and a right eye view. Is that right? Oh, well done, Susie. You're so quick.
So if you can persuade your brain to merge the 2 pictures together in your head, you'd be able to see the depth in these prints?
Yes, Runo, you're beginning to understand.
And a stereoscope's function is to act as your brain and allow you to do just that.
Yes, but as long as you have 2 images, 2 eyes, and 1 brain...
Well, I have two images and 2 eyes, but I don't know about the brain.
You can actually do it yourself without needing a stereoscope at all.
You can? Really?
Let's try it. Let's see if you can view this pair of prints without the help of a stereoscope. Oh yes, I'm dying to have a go.
Susan really loves this kind of thing.
You need to be able to cross your eyes. That's the main thing. Can you both do that? Watch me and see if you can copy.
She looks dumb. Alright, let me try. Oh, everyone's gonna have their eyes crossed. Ooh. Everyone looks like everyone's stupid.
Wonderful.
Beautiful.
Now it's your turn, Runo. Let's rock at the coffee try and look in the
thing. Not exactly an easy test when 2 people are staring at you cross-eyed.
Alright, that's enough practice. Now let's try looking at the prints. Start by staring at 1 print and slowly crossing your eyes.
Now let's start by looking at the prints. And they pull out a Purple Rain album from 200 years in the future.
You try it now, Runo.
I'm just gonna
Purple
have to
Rain's
give it a
not an
try, I
album.
suppose.
Purple Rain's just a song, isn't it? I don't think that's the album's name.
What?
I don't think
Prince?
Purple Rain.
Yeah, Purple Rain, yeah.
What album was that then?
Did the print split into 2 images for you? Now the next step
It was the album. I'm so smart.
is put the pair of prints side by side like this and then try crossing your eyes again.
Prints should slowly merge together until... Boop, 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 boop. They form a single new image in the center.
Oh yes! Mr. Naruhodo, it works! I can see in the middle now. It looks so real. Oh, I could look at it all day.
I wouldn't advise that. Your eyes might start to hurt.
Your turn, Runo. Pretend you're looking through the 2 pictures and slowly cross your eyes. Keep adjusting the position of your eyes until the 2 images overlap exactly in the middle.
I'm not sure if I'm actually supposed to be doing this. Yes, this was on the 3DS, I
It
believe.
spells out a code that you need to put in order to solve the case.
I'm actually trying it. I don't know if I'm supposed to be.
I'm actually really good at this kind of thing. As far as I can tell, they don't make a stereoscope, actually.
Yeah, I can't get them to overlap.
Well, I don't know who discovered it, but it really is quite extraordinary.
But yes, this was originally a 3DS game, and I think that's a clear indication of that.
So what do you think of these stereoscopic prints then, Runo?
They're certainly amazing, but it isn't easy to get the knack of viewing them properly.
Now
Now, some people find it easier than others, but that's why contraptions like this exist, for people who find it tricky. Oh, I recognize that. We saw one over there yesterday, didn't we? We also just opened it like 5 minutes ago, but alright. If I remember correctly, you press on this little knob here, and set the pair of photographs in the stand at the back. It's still amazing, even though I know roughly how it works now.
Yeah, you're totally just meant to have turned on the 3D knob.
Well, London seems to agree with you. Stereoscopes are very popular at the moment. You can find one of these folding contraptions in lots of households in the capital currently. But if these little machines are so affordable, surely there's no need to go around staring cross-eyed at pictures like you hate them. But it's much more satisfying to be able to see the effect with your own eyes. Well, I think so in any case. Stereoscopic pictures. I'd never even heard of them until yesterday. We certainly learned a lot about them, but I wonder if it's knowledge that I'll ever actually need. Yeah, in before it just fucking, like, has so much relevance to the fucking murder.
You guys are gonna find a stereoscopic picture, and if you look at either of the individual photographs, it doesn't reveal anything.
Yeah.
But when you look cross-eyed, there's a whole ass dead body.
Yeah, pretty much. That's what I was thinking. Ledger that's open on the counter there really is enormous, isn't it? It must be an awful lot of work to keep track of all these hundreds of items in the pawn. It's too much to think about. Better to sell it and have a clear head, if you ask me. But clearly Mr. Winterbank was very careful when it came to the articles in his care. If he didn't, he would have shot himself.
Hey, why did they say was?
He's dead.
Oh.
He's the he's the victim.
Okay. I knew you had found the blood. I didn't know if you had found the victim.
Behind that door is the storeroom, isn't it? That's what Gregsy said. Yes, and that's where I saw the dreadful scene last night. Through the little window on the door. Mr. Winterbank, face down on the floor, with Gina beside him. As the accused legal representative, you have the right to examine the scene, Mr. Naruhodo. We must make a thorough investigation. Yes, of course. And we will. Behind that door, that's the real scene of the crime. Don't worry, if there are clues in there, I'll find them. Can we go in? How do we enter? That's how. Poor Iris, she's clammed up completely. Iris is bound to find this difficult. After all, Mr. Winterbank's life was taken in this very room only last night. Enjoying your soda? He mutes. Oh no. I'm sorry, Flix. Wait, Inspector. Did he say something? Oh. Just said ah.
What is it now, sunshine?
Took one look at me and tried to run away.
You think a Scotland Yard inspector would run away from some jumped up little defense lawyer, do ya? Well... I've never seen her ladyship looking like that before, is the thing. I didn't know what to say to her.
So you weren't running away from me, you were running away from the 10-year-old.
I'm deathly afraid of children.
I'm afraid this is all a little much for young Iris. Some gentle reassurance might go a long way, perhaps, Inspector. Do your best. I'm sure you got this, Gregson.
Don't trouble yourself unduly, your ladyship. I mean, at least you're not dead, are you?
You fucking done it, Potato Head. I don't think that went very well.
Why? Look, I'm in the middle of an investigation here, Sunshine, and I told you not to get under my feet.
And we have just investigated, and we have investigated into ourselves. Yes, I'd like to hear more of what this socially inept inspector has to say. Oh, Hurley. And inquire on how Mr. Shum's operation is going. So, Inspector, what do you make of the crime scene here?
Pshaw, you got eyes, haven't you? Use them. It is what it looks like, nothing more, nothing less.
Iris, could you lend me a hand? So, Grexy, what do you make of the crime scene here?
Oh, yes, your ladyship, do allow me to humbly explain. Last night, and shortly after the hour, 1 o'clock in the morning, Scotland Yard police returned to the scene. The one and only door to the storeroom was found locked from the inside.
So it was locked from the inside. The lock appears to be broken now, though. Was that the police officers doing?
Quite right, ma'am, quite right. We took the liberty of smashing the door in, as humbly as possible.
Oh.
As you can see, the victim was discovered prostrate on the floor, thuswise. And next to the aforementioned body, we discovered the vile gutter child.
Are you talking about Ginny? She's my friend, you know, Inspector.
Miss Lestrade, the hapless girl, was curled up on the floor, dead to the world.
She's still alive, you know. Yes, when I saw her, she appeared to be unconscious.
And I'm afraid to say she had the gun that was used in her hand.
No! Presumably it's the gun that's still down there on the floor now.
In her pocket, we found the key to the door as well.
What? The key to the storeroom? And you say the storeroom had been locked from the inside, Inspector?
Correct. All of which leaves her ladyship's friend in something of a sticky situation, I'm afraid.
He really could just solve world hunger with that infinitely refilling fish and chips.
Obviously, my personal opinion is that it's also sort of misunderstanding.
Of course,
Fish and chips,
Inspector.
or is it just chips? Wait,
no.
I think I see one piece of fish.
Yeah, there's the big fish stick in the middle.
Okay. He's a hungry guy.
Yeah. Yeah, I also this game has really made me want some fucking fish and chips every time I fucking see Gregson. It looks very delicious. Gregsy, do you know anything about Hurley? Is the operation finished? Is Hurley alright? Is he?
The thing is,
Don't mince your words, Inspector, please.
he's dead.
You don't mean to say that Mr. Sholmes is...
No, the operation's done and dusted. It's just that,
Out with it!
He's stupid now.
yes, ma'am.
What do you mean now?
I was waiting for that, thank you.
They use something called a general anesthetic. It's the latest thing, renders the whole body insensitive.
The whole body? Anesthetized? Is that even possible?
He fucking killed him!
It means the operation can be completed while the patient is fast asleep.
Goodness, in the Empire of Japan, we can just manage to provide laughing gas for a tooth extraction.
The trouble is, the latest thing isn't always the greatest thing, if you follow my meaning.
Did they put him in a coma?
Yeah.
They couldn't get the medication to work first, so it took hours for him to nod off, so I hear. And now that the op's finished, they can't get him to wake up, apparently.
That
Oh
happens.
my.
That happens today.
No one knows if it's the anesthetic still in the system, or if the bloke's just plain exhausted. But anyway, all they can do is stand back and watch until he comes around again.
Hurley.
The moment he opens his eyes, your ladyship, I swear I shall get word to you.
What a surprise. Even in matters of life and death, Mr. Sholmes has to do things his way. Alright, let's do some inspecticating. This chest seems important. Out of all the articles in the storeroom, this is the only thing that shows any sign of being ransacked. What is it, Iris? That's the box file that my manuscript is being kept in. Oh! Iris's unpublished story, The Hound of the Baskervilles. Surely that's not what all this... Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, he sold it. Without telling you. We must check inside the box. At once. There's not going to be anything in there. Yes. Ah! It was there. Iris the story was there. Wait, really? It was? Well, that's good news, isn't it, Iris? Yes. I mean, of course I believed Hurley when he said he'd deposited here, but still.
It's a relief to actually see it.
Really? Because that's not a very well-hidden frown. Iris's manuscript has been entered into the court record. I wouldn't mind taking a look at that, if you don't mind. Also, do I have to flip this and point this out? This is the ticket that Gina brought in here yesterday. Yes, having been entrusted to Mr. McGill 2 months earlier. Article deposited one gentleman's overcoat. The other redemption ticket was in the pocket of that coat. Yes, for a small box deposited 2 days before the omnibus incident. Could that have anything to do with all this?
Can you spray it? With the gun? Oh, wait. Wait, wasn't there blood on this? Am I crazy?
No. The Hound of the Baskervilles. How did Susato-san know the exact title of this unpublished story? I suppose I'll just have to wait until she's ready to explain it to me. I'm so sorry. Look at all these articles that have been deposited. The room is stuffed full of them. I can't believe how many there are. A bicycle, a gramophone, musical instruments, even some enormous paintings. Look! Pieces of different people's lives quietly gathering dust in here together. There's something very peaceful about the atmosphere in here. Or at least there would be, if not for the chalk outline on the floor and the policeman shuffling around.
Not much I can do about that, sunshine.
I said that in my head.
You speak out loud.
This is a revolver, a real one! And quite possibly the murder weapon used to take Mr. Windibank's life. What's the matter, Susie? You and Runo look like you're about to faint. Well, it's just that I've rarely seen a gun in the flesh. Well, they're not made of flesh. That would be weird, a flesh gun. They probably have one of those in Enter the Gungeon, let's be honest. And I've had issues with guns in the past. But anyway, we saw Mr. Windibank with this yesterday, didn't we?
I shall have to take my own life.
It must be the same gun. And last night, when I looked through the spy hole in the door in the storeroom here, that was the same gun I saw in Gina's hand. Mr. Windibank told us that he'd only ever had a single bullet loaded into this revolver, didn't he? Well, it's empty now. The one and only bullet he had in his gun has been fired into his side. So we can be fairly certain that only a single shot was fired from this revolver. Stormy, in the first case, we used the gunpowder on... no, we used the burn mark. Never mind. The police have marked the position of the body with a chalk line. Poor Mr. Windibank. He was a nice old man.
Well, he was shot just once through the heart. And you're to blame. Most likely, the fellow gave love a bad name. He wouldn't have felt a thing.
This must be his blood, then. I don't like to ask at such a wretched time, Iris, but I wonder if perhaps... Don't worry, Susie. I'm ready for action.
There we go. It's not the same blood. What?
And so now we know the color of the chemical turns and reacts to Mr. Windibank's blood.
I'm sorry, different bloods are not that different.
Hmm.
Especially because the more they say it, the more I think they're not talking about blood type. They're talking about the individual's DNA. Like, there's just no way.
No, I don't think it can be, but... It doesn't match our analysis of the bloodstain we found in the main shop. No, but let's add the sample to the others we've already collected anyway. The blood samples portfolio has been updated in the court record. Iris? Don't worry, I'm alright. But we must find the true culprit. Yes, absolutely. Is that everything? Boop, 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 boop. Searching for places to look that I haven't looked yet. Does look like everything. I want to find that small box, but... anything you to say to me? No? What would happen if I presented you with, this... Inspector, what do you make of this?
What have we here then? A redemption ticket for an article deposit here, is it? Looks like someone ran out of office stationery and wrote the ticket on whatever paper that was at hand. Yes, this is the ticket for Mr. McGilden's overcoat. The one that little diver turned up with yesterday.
Oh, actually, no, it's not.
Really? Think you know better than me, do ya?
No, I didn't mean to,
Runo's right, Gregsy. It isn't the same ticket.
Of course it isn't! Of course it isn't! I never doubted you, your ladyship. So, what's all this about then, if I might be so bold as to ask?
This is a second ticket.
A second one?
seems that Mr. McGilden in fact had another article in storage here at Windibanks.
Is that right?
I think we need to discuss this further with the inspector, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh good, because he's ever so easy to talk to. This ticket was from one of the pockets of Mr. McGilden's overcoat.
You mean to tell me?
Yes, there was more than just the music box disc, it seems.
I should have insisted on the lads taking it back to the yard and examining it properly.
Well, according to the details on this ticket, Mr. McGilden deposited another article here with Mr. Windibank.
Yes, I can see it written here. A small box, was it?
Do you have any idea where it is, Gregsy? Any idea at all? It's another article belonging to Mr. McGilden. It could be an important clue.
Well, yes, I suppose it could be. Please, stop looking at me with those big turquoise eyes, all full of hope and expectation. It's too much pressure. I'll lose me marbles, I will. I'll go barking.
This is no time for dog impressions, Inspector.
That's enough sauce from you, sunshine. There is one thing that springs to mind. According to this ticket, the redemption deadline's already passed, hasn't it?
Oh yes, of course. Articles are only held for 2 months.
So the small box will no longer be in here then.
That's right. It's been forfeited.
Which means it could be on the shelves in the front shop where the forfeited items are offered for sale.
Yes, the shelves in the front. We must search them at once.
You're wasting your time.
Oh?
There are dozens of little boxes out there. Hundreds even. We can't possibly know which one might have been Mr. McGilden's. That information's not written in the ledger.
Well, I think we should at least have a look, just in case.
Of course, your ladyship, of course. Very sensible of you, I'm sure.
This is getting old.
Yes, this is where all the items that have been forfeited by their original owners are offered for sale. That's right, they've all got little price labels on them, but there's so many.
I wonder if the small box this ticket was for is still on the shelf somewhere. The box that McGilden deposited here just over 2 months ago.
Even if it were, finding it promises to be very troublesome indeed. There are so many boxes, it could be any one of them.
Mr. Sholmes said a pawnbroker was the safest place to store anything, more secure than a bank's vault. So perhaps the small box of Mr. McGilden's contains something of very great value.
Well, if that's the case, he'd probably have kept it locked.
So then we need to find every box with a lock and break them all open.
Hi-ya!
Oh, I got Susato takedowned.
That sort of misconduct will get you arrested. I won't let that happen.
This takes me back. It's been some time since Susato-san last threw me. Was it? She threw you in the last case. I guess that was 2 months ago. Alright, So what is the plan here? Alright. Oh, this has changed. Green blood. It just seems wrong somehow. Oh, there are all sorts of different colors. There are pretty pinks and purples too, you know. Like I said, everyone's blood is different. I wonder what color my blood would turn out. Actually, I don't want to know. Something else in our court record, perhaps? I'm trying to figure out. Okay, let's look at the court record. Pop Windebank. Alright. So nothing in there. And the cat. Okay. What is the goal now? B. No, that's just look around. I'm not rightly sure. I ain't rightly sure where I should be going. Can I present you with this? Do you mind if I showed you this, Iris? It's just a boring old thing, really, but... Oh, I don't really like boring things. It looks like Japanese modesty is easily misinterpreted by young Western children. I mean, who does like boring things? No one wants to be shown something boring. Come to think of it, you're always introducing things with, this is boring, but it's a bad habit. You should stop it. I'll be sure to let the entire population of the Empire of Japan know on my return. Fair enough. Alright, I guess let's move. Let's go outside. Oh! Hello! Who dis? There's still a Scotland Yard carriage outside Windibanks. I never imagined we'd be investigating a case so close to home. Poor Iris, she's very upset by all this. I'm sorry, I was there. I should have done more. None of this is your fault, Ryuno, so please, don't apologize. But it's the criminals who are to blame for all this. So let's investigate and work out how to catch them. Yes, you're right. It's already been 2 months now that we've been taking lunch here at Mr. Sholmes' office. I still can't quite believe it. I never expected things would turn out like this. When Hurley comes back home, let's have a big party. That's a great idea. I'm sure it won't be long. Mr. Sholmes is very tough. Yes. Okay. How about we visit the Hospital? It's been a while since we've been there. Nope. Not a here either. Damn. I do not know what we're supposed to do next. Don't think we should go back to the Justice's office. Nothing here. Oh. She doesn't appear to be here. I believe she must be in questioning at the moment. Oh, but wait a minute. What is it, Iris? Well, if you examine the scene here carefully, there's another possibility, isn't there? Ginny could have slipped the key from the jailer when he wasn't looking and escaped. Oh my! Why would she do something like that? It would only make her situation worse. Calm down, Ryuno. I was only joking, of course. Oh. You had me worried there. I thought it was a great deduction. Yes, it must be your way with words, Iris. You're so wonderfully persuasive. Perhaps you don't fully understand the weight of your words carry. Oh dear, I'm sorry. I suppose the light-hearted great detective is a contradiction in terms. Well, in the same situation, I'm sure Mr. Sholmes would have just thrown his head back and guffawed. I'm not entirely sure that's helpful, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, anyway, it looks like we won't be able to talk to Gina for a while. We should try and make progress with our investigation in the meantime. Yes, come along then, Runo. Come along, Susie. Oh my god, where do we go? Is there more to do in here? What do you think of this? Take a look at this, Inspector.
Is that what I think it is? Your ladyship's latest.
Yes, my latest story. It's called The Hound of the Baskervilles.
A most fascinating title, your ladyship. Fascinating. And I don't suppose... Will there be any mention of my humble self in the tale this time?
Good question.
What a loser.
Yeah. Good question. I can't really remember.
I see. Well, why would you, your ladyship? I'll just await this publication with eager anticipation.
You needn't worry, Inspector. I'm sure if you do appear, you won't be doing anything particularly remarkable.
You looking to be arrested, Sunshine?
I didn't mean it like that. And even if I did, you wouldn't have bitten her ladyship's head off, would you? Okay. Oh, I don't know what else to do. Inspector Gregson, could you give me your opinion about this, do you think?
We don't tend to share, Sunshine. Not with the general public.
Ugh. In that case, Gregsy, how about some herbal tea?
Lovely. Thank you very much. That really hit the spot, your ladyship.
You don't mind sharing that then? God, what else is there to do? Shit, man. I already conversed with you about everything. Is there something I somehow missed in examination? Boo. Boo boo. Not bike, not keys. No. No. I mean, the last thing we did is we talked about going outside and checking everything there. It's gotta be something from that. You! Doesn't help us. Looking for something that doesn't have a check mark. Blinks.
Oh.
What do I do? I've looked at everything. I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
And you've talked to everybody else, though?
Yeah. As far as I can tell.
Do like a systematic sweep, like up and down everything really fast. Especially if they're just not letting you leave.
Well, they are letting me leave. I can go anywhere, but nothing's progressing at all.
Oh, okay.
Like, I can't make any progress on the story.
And none of the dialogue like suggested you should go check out another place.
Yeah, and
And you can't go to the hospital, can you?
I did. There was nothing there.
Oh, okay.
I mean, the last like thing that was said was we need to find the box, but then nothing. Then I can't do anything with that. I'm so confused. Doesn't seem to be anything anywhere.
Have you tried turning on the 3D slider to reveal the body?
No, I haven't tried that. What do I do? What do I do? Court record. Chat? You got any thoughts, chat? Someone help me. I'm gonna present blood evidence to you. Tell me about it. The way you can identify differences in people's blood like this is amazing. You really are a genius, Iris. I know, I am. If Hurley and I put our minds to it, we could really shake up Britain's chemists and alchemists. No, we went to the hospital. We didn't see anything. You could shake up Japan's lawyers and judges, couldn't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, for sure. Even if I didn't intend to. Okay, that's nothing. He is a chaos deity. I suppose that's true. Let's head back to the hospital. Looking for Shams. I don't see Shams anywhere. Any new information? No, no, no. Bed, nothing changed here at all. No, no changes in the hospital whatsoever. Where can I get a sweet user of the Google?
Oh, you want... I didn't know if you wanted me to...
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
What chapter is this?
5.
Chapter 5...
Chapter 5, Investigation Part 4.
Okay. Do I say Ace Attorney Trilogy Part 1?
No. The Great Ace Attorney Adventures, Case 5, Investigation Part 4.
Great Ace Attorney Adventures, Chapter 5, Part 4. I know you said case, but this says Chapter 5. Strategy Wiki! Is this the unspeakable story?
Yes.
Okay.
So Investigation Part 4.
Okay.
So the last thing we did is
You have not met a character named Graydon, correct?
Graydon? I don't think so.
Cool. Is this... This is an Ace Attorney game. Is it the right one? Okay, here's the disc. Okay. Oh, this is the trial. That's why.
Yeah, yeah. I need Part 4 of the investigation.
Okay. So you went to the prison, right?
Yeah, we're in the back. We're in the back room
Of Windibanks.
of
right?
Windibanks. Yeah, Windibanks storeroom.
So you talked to Gregson, you talked about the scene of the crime,
Yes.
you talked about Sholm's operation.
Yes.
Have you presented the pawnbroker's ticket?
Yes.
Okay. Have you found the second redemption ticket?
Yes.
Okay. Examine the shelves and the open chest.
Done that.
Have you found Iris's story manuscript?
Yes.
Victim's traces. Examine the revolver. Yeah, you did that. Okay. Have you gone back and talked to Gina?
I can't. She's not there.
Hold on.
Let me try.
So you examined the shelves in the open chest.
Let me present
You
this.
found
to him.
Iris' story manuscript. Examined the victim's traces. Is that dialogue you've seen before?
Yeah.
Okay. Examine the revolver on the floor. You did that.
Yes.
Then you're supposed to move to the prison.
Okay.
Oh, hold on. Okay.
There ain't nothing
Have-
here.
Can you talk to Susato?
I don't know where we would speak with her. Like, I don't know where she would show up. Does it say where she shows up?
So let me figure that out. Okay. So if you go to the prison, You're supposed to be able to present Gina with the manuscript, and then she gives the reason for breaking in, right?
Okay, I have to do something before than that because she's not currently at the prison. She's currently in questioning, so there's got to be some flag I haven't triggered yet to make her reappear at the prison. But I cannot figure out what that flag is.
You did everything in the pawnbrokery in the storeroom, right?
I think so. I can't find anything else.
Okay. So, you examined the music box. I remember you did that. Did you examine the stereoscope?
Yeah?
You examined the calendar.
Yes.
You examined the counter to find the cat, yeah?
Yeah.
Then you talked to Iris after you examined the counter. You found the pair of photographs. They explained how stereoscopic prints work. Okay. Then you examined the white cat photograph and found the pawnbroker's ticket, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You present the ticket to Iris.
You present it to Iris? Oh, hold on. I don't think I've tried that.
We're getting there.
Nope. She didn't like that. That ain't it. It's representing this one. Nope. Neither of the tickets. Don't like it.
This says, present the recently acquired ticket.
Pawnbroker's ticket
Iris.
box, right?
Hold on. Pawnbrokers. So you're supposed to have an item called pawnbroker's ticket parentheses coat.
Do I have to... Wait, hold on. Is it... I thought I clicked this. No, it won't update.
And this is the back of the cat photograph?
Yes. So this white cat photograph number 2. So this is the one that is the ticket for the coat.
Yes. So, white cat photograph number 2, when you examine the back of it, it should become the pawnbroker's ticket coat.
Okay, it didn't. Maybe I needed to
Then-
go through the front first. Hold on. This is the 2 photographic prints. It does look like Wildcat. It looks exactly the same as the first photograph. I suppose that's what's so compelling. Actually, now we have both pictures. I could have another go at viewing them as a stereoscopic image. Oh,
Turn on your 3D sliders, everybody.
No, he's doing this shit again. Whoever thought this in the first place must have spent a long time staring.
Yeah, I get them to fully overlap with my eyes, and it still doesn't do anything.
Okay, so here's the back. So I click on the back, and they say this is the
Can you
ticket.
examine different regions on the back?
Wait, this is a small box? Wait, hold on. Wait,
Yeah, you
wait.
want one that has to do with the coat.
Wait, no, I'm super confused. Mr. Win... Wait, did we... We never... I'm lost. I don't know why this is different. Why are they both box? Mr. Winnebank appears to have used the back of this photograph to write a redemption ticket. He's written on it very neatly, but still, perhaps he ran out of paper, so he had to use anything he had on hand. It's hard to know what the front and what's the reverse side now. Okay, so I guess we don't have the pawnbroker's ticket, the other one. I'm real lost because I thought these were different, but maybe it's just the same white cat photograph.
This says that white cat photograph number 2 should become pawnbroker's ticket coat, and presenting that moves the story along.
How do I make it do that? Maybe the blood? Mr. Naruhodo, I don't know if you've noticed, but there's something rather troubling here. I have noticed. The red smear, you mean? Yes, it looks like blood, doesn't it? I wonder if Suzato-san picked up on that. Well, in that case...
I wonder.
We need Iris. Oh, we needed to get the fucking...
Wait! I called this, didn't I? I said you should spray it.
Did you?
I said that a while ago, and I said, like, wait, isn't there blood on that? Can't you spray it? And you said no. But I think at that point you were looking at a stack of papers. And
No,
not
at that
the
point
thing.
I was looking at this one.
Oh, okay.
Because there's 2 tickets. I was
remember
looking at
seeing
the
that
box
book, though.
ticket. Okay, I was looking at. I think I was thinking about the box ticket, or maybe I was thinking about the manuscript. I don't know. Yeah, I think it was the
Regardless.
manuscript. Yeah, you said, "Is there blood on the manuscript?" And I said no.
Yeah.
Okay.
I had seen the blood on the other ticket. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
but
now
now you should be able to present that to Iris.
Okay, great. Now we've gotten it. Thank you for your help. I was a fool. Oh,
Now
that
we're
looks like
cooking with
blood.
gas.
I would say it's from a gloved finger. Almost certainly a glove made of leather. Well, don't worry, Runo. You can leave the rest to me. Purple. 3 different people's blood. Look at that. Yes, it's a color we haven't seen before, isn't it?
Like we're in Homestuck right now, dude.
We must have added the portfolio of the blood samples. Could be an important clue. Although, it would be nice to find out whose blood these different colors correspond to at some point. Well, this particular stain of blood... Oh, you've had an idea, haven't you? Do you know whose blood this is? I think I do. I actually have no idea. I have an idea whose blood it is. Not from the color it turned, but with a little deduction. That's right. I think it's clear. Iris, you know as well? You first, Runo. Who do you think it belongs to? I believe that this is the blood of... Oh, God. I mean... McGilded, right? McGilded? Mr. McGilded? Yes, after all, this redemption ticket belonged to him. Oh, you don't think? You mean that during the incident on the omnibus? Yes, I expect so. It's a very clear print and no small amount of blood. So it must have resulted from a fairly serious accident, such as he might have sustained on the omnibus. Wait, but if I remember rightly, no sign of injury was found on Mr. McGilded at all. Oh. We're trying to work out whose blood it came from, so we can't rule out anyone who hadn't been. So we can rule out anyone who hadn't been bleeding straight away. Oh, it's Gina. Okay. Yes, it's Gina. It's not Gina's blood. It's Mason's blood on Gina's hands. Thrice-fired Mason. You don't sound very sure of yourself the way you trailed off there. Well, it was 2 months ago now, that case, and of course I'd never met the victim, so I'm struggling to remember his name. He was definitely thrice-fired, though. The victim? Of the omnibus case? Yes, his name was indeed Mr. Thrice-fired Mason. But that would mean that this blood stain was left on the ticket 2 months ago. Yes, I think it was. Gina brought this ticket with her to Windybanks yesterday. I'm suggesting that the blood stain was already on it at that time. So it's a smear of blood from the time that Mr. Mason was killed 2 months ago. Something else is coming back to me now. Mr. McGilded was also wearing leather gloves that night.
Now I ask yous, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about my gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand.
It certainly does look like a leather glove thumbprint, this mark. Though we know that Mr. McGilded had no injuries at the time anywhere on his body, from which we can conclude that any blood on the glove belonged to the victim, Mr. Mason. Mr. Naruhodo, you sound just like Sholmes. Minus the quirky slip-ups, I hope. Yes, I think you're right, Runo. Very well, let's make a note of this.
The details of the pawnbroker's ticket have been updated. The blood analysis data has been updated in the court record. Dong, dong, dong.
Man, we spent way too long not being able to figure out what to do because I missed that one thing. Hate that.
Yep.
I nearly jumped out of my skin there. How could Mr. Windybank set such a wicked trap? I doubt he set that to scare anyone. Is that really the time? I think perhaps we should pay Gina another visit soon. Oh? Her trial is tomorrow. We must establish whether or not you will be defending her. I think we should ask her one more time. She may have changed her mind. Don't you remember, Runo? You told her she could rip up the representation papers if she didn't want you to be her lawyer. Really? Did I say that? Yes, you did. The deadline for submitting the paperwork is fast approaching. In that case, we'd better hurry back to the prison and talk to Gina again. Good. Because that's what Link's told me to do anyways. Ah, Gina, good, you're back. Ah! The police must have finished questioning her then. Oh, how was it, Ginny? Was it awful? Didn't bother me. Thank you for the papers you signed before. It meant we were able to investigate at Windy Banks. Oh, right. Don't you want to know how we got on? We've been ever so busy. What's the point in asking? I won't change what everyone's saying. That I did it. That's not... Gina, we came to ask for your final decision. What decision? About tomorrow's trial. Will you let me defend you or not? I must submit the paperwork now if you'd like Mr. Naruhodo to represent you. Right, I see. She's really lost her fight all of a sudden. But I know what that feels like. The worry is just so hard to bear. We found this in Mr. Winterbank's storeroom. The manuscript virus's latest story. Ah! Oh. Oh, right. Well, that's good then. Curiously, the storeroom at Winterbank's showed no sign of being ransacked for items of value or the like. With one exception. The box file that has this manuscript. It was you, wasn't it, Gina, who broke open the box containing this manuscript last night? You were determined to find out whether or not the Hound of the Baskervilles was really there. That's the real reason you broke into the storeroom last night, isn't it? Ah! Why don't you tell us what happened, please? Oh, alright then. Blimey, give it a rest with them eyes, Iris. So come on then, fill us in. Who done it? Unfortunately, we don't know that yet. You don't say. We don't know yet, Gina. But Mr. Naruhodo and all of us know that you are innocent of this crime. And while we haven't yet managed to work out who the real culprit is, there are a number of interesting facts that we have managed to establish. Oh yeah, like what? Well, for example, the reason for you being there in the first place. I think I know now why you broke into Winterbanks that night. We already have the representation papers and other documents we need. All we have to do now is hand them to the court clerk. That is, if you'll allow me to represent you in court tomorrow. Nah, don't bother. Ginny, rip 'em up and chuck 'em, would you? Them representation papers or whatever they're called. This cell ain't fancy enough to have a bin. So what will you do in court tomorrow? I'll be fine on my own. I don't think you will be. Look, it don't matter. What's gonna happen's gonna happen. This is one stubborn pickpocket. Alright, yeah, this Baskerville story is the latest Sholmes adventure, right? But it ain't been printing yet. So I figured it's gotta be worth a fair few pieces of silver, right? Oh yes, at least 5,000 pounds. What? So, you intended to sell Iris's manuscript, did you? No, Ginny, how could you? What? Wait, no, hang on. Of course I wasn't gonna sell it. All I wanted to do was find out if the mantle script or whatever you call it really was there or not. That's the only reason I was in the place. For Iris's sake. Isn't that right? Ah! We knew why you'd done it from the start, Gina. Of course we did. But... I knew you wouldn't do anything mean like that, Ginny. I just knew it. Well, when I saw the manuscript in the storeroom, it reminded me of what you'd said the night before. Grown-ups do a lot worse than that, believe me. Barefaced lies, a lot of them. You just ain't realized it yet. I'm telling you, that mantle script ain't at Windibanks. You'd sooner see it if you had a look. If I'm honest, I have wondered if Hurley's telling me the truth sometimes. I mean that sometimes I wonder if he might have hidden my manuscript somewhere. So I don't know. Even though it's wrong of me to doubt him. Oh, Ginny, that was so sweet of you. Alright, alright. I'll tell you why I did it. Just stop looking at me like that, Iris. It weren't because of Iris. That's not why I did it. I just wanted to know the truth, that's all. You wanted to know if Mr. Sholmes was being honest? If he'd really deposited the manuscript at Windibanks? It's like I told you the night before. I never had a father. But Iris's lot ain't like mine. She got a dad, only she can't see him. And I reckon that's gotta be harder. That's why she writes her stories. They're about her dad, really. That's what it sounded like to me anyway, last night when I was listening to what you were saying. Stories about Daddy? You mean they're not the adventures of a great detective? So much as the adventure of a great detective and his trusty partner. Well, that's how I see it, yeah. You're so thoughtful and so kind, Ginny. Yes, and we never thought any differently, did we? Look, give it a rest, will ya? I hate all this chummy nonsense. Yeah, I hate it. I don't trust no one, right? That's how it works. Cause if you don't trust no one can let you down. So leave me alone. Go on, Scapa. I hadn't noticed until now, but it's unmistakable. Right there on both sleeves of that overcoat are some very suspicious red stains. What are you looking at me like that? I think it might be worth presenting some of our other findings in that area to Juno now. Hey, I got some blood samples. Those stains on the sleeves of your new coat, Gina. They're blood, aren't they? Not that I know whose blood yet. What? But blood, Mr. Naruhodo? You don't appear to have any obvious wounds yourself, though. So it could be blood that splattered from Mr. Windibank when he was shot last night? Let's not beat around the bush here. I'm going to shoot you, Ginny. This trusty friend of mine will get results much faster than anything else. Take it easy, Iris. Don't move, Ginny. I'm going to shoot. Purple. Shit. It's, Mason's blood. Oh my. What the? Forget the sleeves. The whole coat is covered in blood. Of course. The black color of the fabric was masking the stains. That's why we haven't seen them until now. And the blood has reacted with the chemical to turn a purple color, which matches one of the samples we've already collected perfectly. Yes, now let's see. Who had the purple blood? Aha! Yes, it was the brickmaker, Mr. Mason, the victim of the murder case 2 months ago. I knew it. What are you all on about? The victim? What do you mean? It's a rather uncomfortable situation, Mr. Naruhodo, but I think this makes things quite clear. It means that the omnibus case is finally solved. The truth about who really murdered the brickmaker, Mr. Mason, is revealed. Oi! Would someone explain what's going on? Stop telling half a story! We can see now that the victim's blood is all over Mr. McGilden's overcoat. But in the trial 2 months ago, the defendant said this in his testimony.
Now I ask yous, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fellow bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about my gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand.
But if you look at this overcoat now, it's clear. These stains couldn't have arisen from McGilda trying to pull the victim to his feet. No. If that was what really happened, the blood wouldn't have splashed all over the front of his coat. The only explanation for this pattern of blood is that it splattered over Mr. McGilda's coat when he stabbed the victim in the stomach. I've tried to run from the truth for long enough, but there's no escaping it now. The true culprit in that case, Mr. Mason's killer, was Magnus McGilded. Mr. Naruhodo, that horrible case is solved at last. And I helped the man walk free from that trial. I used all that twisted testimony and all that sham evidence to prove his innocence. How could I have let that happen? Runo, did you believe him, though? Did you believe Mr. McGilded was innocent? I believed, or rather, I think I was trying to believe. I wanted to, because believing in those you are presenting in court is a defense lawyer's greatest weapon. A weapon? Like my gun? Before we came to Great Britain, a great friend of mine taught me a valuable lesson. You mean Kazuma-sama?
Listen, Ryunosuke. We lawyers are only human. We can't know for sure what is the truth and what is a lie, which is why we must resort to our primary weapon. An unwavering belief in our clients. That's all we really have.
Unwavering belief?
Only when we truly believe what our clients tell us, we fight with everything we fight with everything we have for their cause. In any battle, there can be no victory without faith. So I believe you, unwaveringly.
What's funny, Gina?
Course.
Sounds like in this empire of Japan you come from, everyone must be soft. Well, come on, look at the mess it's got you into believing in that bog trotter. Yes, I inadvertently helped a murderer walk free. Well, at least you learnt your lesson now, eh? Believing in people's never worth it. Someone always stabs you in the back in the end. As soon as you let down your guard, you had it. Take a leaf out of my book. Believe no one, get up by no one. Gina, may I ask you something?
What?
I'd just like to make absolutely sure. What would you like us to do with these representation papers for tomorrow's trial? How many times do I have to say it? Rip them up and chuck them away. Are you really sure that's what you want? I bet that's what he wants and all now. Mr. I'm a believer lawyer over there. Don't forget it was me in that trial 2 months ago. I let everyone up a garden path, didn't I? And you're telling me you can believe in me after that?
Not likely.
Well, Mr. Naruhodo, a lawyer's primary weapon is an unwavering belief in his clients. Ultimately, it comes down to whether or not I feel I can trust Gina after everything that's happened.
I trust her.
Gina, let me say it again. Please allow me to represent you in tomorrow's trial.
Are you half-baked?
That's a good ice cream flavor. I like that one. Not at all. You've not once admitted committing the crime, have you? What's more, I believe that you're telling me the truth. Seriously, Mr. Naruhodo. Didn't you hear all of what I said before? I'm a born liar. Fibs just trip off my tongue. And I'm a diver, don't forget. I pulled the wool over your eyes 2 months ago and got you in all sorts of trouble. Why would you ever trust me now? I just don't get it. Gina, I do understand why you choose not to put your trust in others. But I assure you there is more to this life than you yet realize. What do you mean? The world we live in is full of people you would do very well to trust. People who won't ever let you down. It's true that I'm just a student of law and I'm certainly lacking in courtroom experience, but I can promise you this. Whatever happens, and until my very last breath, I am completely on your side.
Yeah.
What do you expect me to say to that? Then it's decided. I will take these papers now and carry out the necessary preparations for tomorrow's trial. It would be a shame to throw them away now after it's been penned with your name so beautifully.
Do what you like, you Eastern lot. I don't know what you are. I don't get you.
Damn Japanese. She's just taken herself to the back of her cell. She'd never admit it, but I hope she's feeling relieved. That turned out alright in the end, I think. Whoever's hiding there, show yourself at once. Eavesdropping is the height of cowardice. Mrs. Otto, somebody's there in the shadows. I can sense it. Somebody who wasn't there before. What?
Blimey, you're sharp, eh? I suppose you'll use one of the most mystic Japanese arts, like the art of stealth I've heard so much about.
If anyone was being stealthy, it was you, Inspector. Grixie!
Oh dear me, I'm most terribly sorry, your ladyship. I didn't mean to startle you.
How long have you been listening in on our conversation?
Good grief, listening in? No. Well, I just got word that there were some visitors who were refusing to leave even though it was after hours. I assure you, your ladyship, I only just arrived this very minute, but not a moment earlier.
That's all it is. Nothing untoward, nothing at all. After hours? Is it that late already?
So then, I'll humbly excuse myself now, your ladyship.
Ta-ta, toodaloo, cheerio, all the best, bye. That's a lot of farewells, and not one of them appropriate for her ladyship. Oh, but I wanted to have a chat.
I'm terribly sorry about this, but time is pressing at the minute.
Oh, I see. That's a shame.
If I don't get this emergency at the Supreme Court dealt with sharpness, Lord Strongheart will, well...
Emergency? Lord Strongheart?
Nothing! Forget I said anything! Anyway, I'm off!
Alright, Grixie, if you have to. But let's chat soon.
Delighted, charmed, can't wait. If you please, my pleasure.
That's a lot of pleasantries, and not one of them sounded sincere. Grixie's so funny. He says such silly things. It's certainly entertaining to see an inspector of the police fawning to a 10-year-old girl. It's funny the word you'd use. But anyway, I wonder this emergency of the Supreme Court. I must attend the court's clerk office now before it closes. Yes, of course. Thank you, Mrs. Otto. Kindly escort Iris home now, Mr. Naruhodo. I shall meet you there later. And so our investigation came to an end. Suzato-san went to file the necessary papers for my defense of Gina the following day. And then it hit me. I could no longer suppress the wretched feeling that had been gnawing away at my insides. Tomorrow, Suzato-san would be leaving Britain and making her way back to Japan. No, not Suzato. Who's going to assist us in court? And say funny things at Van Zeek's and the judge? Naruhodo-san, it's been a very trying day, hasn't it? I do hope you're not too exhausted. What about you, Suzato-san? Today's been even more trying for you, I'm sure. Mr. Sholmes was shot before our eyes, Gina was arrested, all on the back of the news that her father has fallen ill and that she must return to Japan at once. I hope your father recovers soon. Thank you for your kind words. I wonder why it is that so many thoughts rage in my head like a storm, and yet I seem unable to find the words to express any of them. I know exactly what you mean. Anyway, I have one final task to complete as your judicial assistant. Once that is done, I shall make preparations for my departure tomorrow. One final task?
Then she takedowns you.
Yeah, and this is to remembering me by. Hiya! It's just 2 months since we have lived in London, but we've managed to establish this office. It was finally feeling as though we were settling in. I would be lying if I said I felt no regret. I'm so sorry, Suzato-san. It's just so sudden. I really don't know what to think. I've had no time to gather my thoughts. I know we've only been here a short time, but in my limited experience of the courtroom, I feel I've learned something. And what would that be? It seems to me there are many facets to people's personalities. Facets? Like a jewel, the light plays off them in complex patterns, illuminating their actions and their motives. But we only see a small number of the total facets, and what is illuminated is only a part of the whole story. What lies in the shadows? What do those facets we cannot see look like? Perhaps there are some parts we'll never lay eyes on for as long as we live. That's so true. Sometimes I feel as though I'm blind to so much, but I keep hoping that one day it will all become clear. That all the facets will be illuminated, and I'll finally understand how everything fits together. Naruhodo-san, I suppose what matters is that we keep our eyes open and keep moving forward, even if the way sometimes seems dark. It's amazing to think it's been just 2 months. You've grown so much. Sorry? I've what? Oh, no, I just mean since you started hanging out with Sholmes and Gregson and everything, your dick's gotten a lot larger. They'd never give you up. Do you know what time you'll leave London in the morning? Yes, I picked up my ticket earlier. I shall be leaving here at 4 a.m. I see. Well, I'll escort you to the station. Absolutely not. Sorry? I'm sure you realize why I couldn't possibly let you do that. You have a very important day ahead of you tomorrow. Gina's trial. Yes, I know, but every word you utter will have the potential to determine Gina's fate. You must get as much rest as possible, even though, like me, I'm sure you will find it hard to sleep. But please, for me, do try. You mentioned one final task a moment ago. What did you mean? Oh my, I nearly forgot. Despite the fact that we just talked about it. Please, I want you to have this. What's that? Some huge bundle of documents? It's my notes from the case 2 months ago. The murder that was committed on the omnibus. The McGilded case. It seems to me that this case of Mr. Windibank's murder, of which Gina is accused, is very much tied to that omnibus case, in ways that are not yet completely apparent. So I took the liberty of consolidating my writings about the case for you. With everything else she's had to think about, Suzato-san still managed to do this, and all neatly laid out for me in this here beautiful handwriting. It was my pleasure. I can only hope that it will bolster your case tomorrow for Gina. Thank you so much, Suzato-san. I will do my best to use it wisely. You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. Sorry? I didn't quite catch what you said there. Oh, ignore me. I was just mumbling to myself.
McGilded case notes have been entered into the court record.
No, I want to read them. Well, it's getting rather late. Let me look at the record. Victim found deceased in last scheduled omnibus. Mason Milverton, brickmaker, East End of London. Defendant Magnus McGilded, Lauren Bagner Zeke, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Conviction assured with 3 eyewitness testimonies. Surprise fourth witness resulted in an acquittal due to insufficient evidence. Kyo. I think you should go to bed now, Naruhodo-san. I must finish packing up my things in my room. Suzato-san, I wish you the very best of luck tomorrow. I can't believe we're gonna be doing the trial without Suzato. It's so sad. Wait, there's something I need to say. Hiya! Oh, there it is. There's our last takedown. What was that? A secret technique of mine. The Suzato shutdown. Shutdown? Please, I implore you. If we have to voice our goodbyes, I won't be able to hold back my tears. And he just falls asleep on the ground. Suzato-san. It truly had been a trying day. On our feet for hours, getting Gino to open up to us, and learning the truth about that nemesis of a case. Physically and mentally, I was exhausted. And yet the idea of sleep seemed impossible. but I forced myself to close my eyes. And as a cacophony of scenes in our lives, here in London, played through my mind. Eventually, my fatigue triumphed, and I fell into a deep sleep. It's the 17th of April. The small hours at St. Sinner's Hospital, ward number 3. Oh boy. Yes, I quite understand. That is a great weight off my mind. Oh, he's up. Rest assured, I shall put everything in place exactly as we have discussed. Thank you so much. It has been an honor and a pleasure to be acquainted with you, Mr. Sholmes. On the contrary, the pleasure has been mine. I bid you farewell, and Godspeed. My dear madam. Oh shit. To be continued. Alright. And not a moment too soon. It is midnight. We've been going for what, like 5 frickin' hours? Good lord. Alright.
I would have missed you by 3 minutes if I had come back at the expected time.
Would you have?
Yeah.
Oh, true. No, you would have come back an hour ago. You said 11 our time.
Oh, you're right. I hadn't realized how long it's been. It's 11 my time.
Yeah. Alright. Well, next time... And by what next time I do mean tomorrow evening, we gonna be done tackling the ding dang old case, the final case of game 1. Oh shit! I just closed the whole last game right there. Oops. All right. Well, good night, everyone. Thanks for joining, and see y'all tomorrow for the trial. Bye bye.